Senhoras e senhores, bom dia.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We thank the presence of the Municipal Secretary Lucas Padilha. On behalf of Mr. Lucas, we thank all the managers and partners of this event. Thank you so much. So we welcome you to the first day of academic activities of the 9 Ibero-American Redplanes meeting. Today, a space will be open to share experiences and reflections on key issues to continue moving forward on the regional reading, writing, and oral language policy agenda. We especially greet the delegates from the Red Plains and the community of Portuguese-speaking countries, the experts and all attendees. We also extend a warm welcome to all those following this meeting virtually from all Ibero-America countries. Thank you for joining us. The discussions and conferences that will take place starting today will provide insight into different perspectives on key issues so that national reading strategies can become effective mechanisms for strengthening democracy and open spaces for social dialogue where all voices without distinction can be heard. Today's program will begin with the opening dialogue, which will provide a general framework of the meeting's central theme. In this space, the relationship between written and oral culture, democratic participation, and the recognition of the multiple manifestations of diversity present in the Ibero-American region will be explored with works that explore resistance, discrimination, and poverty from a female and Afro-descendant perspective. Her work has been translated into several languages and recognized with national and international awards. In 2024, she became a member of the Minas Gerais Academy of Letters. So, applauses for her, please. Please. Roger Chartier, historian specialized in the history of reading, books, and publishing communication. He was served as a director of studies at the School of Advanced Studies in Social Science in Paris and professor of writing cultures in early modern Europe at the College of France. He has also been a visiting professor at the University of Pennsylvania and at universities in several countries. Please, Roger, Mr. Roger.
Convidamos como
We also invite as the moderator Fabiano dos Santos Pilba. He's a doctor of education at the University of Ceará and also master in history from the Pontifical Catholic University of São Paulo. A professor, written historian, and cultural manager, he served as Secretary of Culture for the state of Ceará, President of the National Forum of State Secretaries and the Leaders of Culture, and President of the Forum of State Secretaries and Leaders of Culture of the Northeast, as well as coordinator of the Chamber of Culture of Northeast Consortium. Between 2012 and 2013, he served as a Director of Reading, Writing, and Libraries at CERLAC. Please, Mr. Fabiano, come to the stage. Fabiano, the floor is yours. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here today participating on the 9 meeting of the Red Plains Network. Red Plains Conceição, Professor Roger, is an Ibero-American network of the national plans of reading from the 20 countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, Spain and Portugal, and Brazil took the initiative recently and proposed this for CERLAC UNESCO so that we could have the African countries linked to CPLP to compose this network and this articulation over the policies on reading, writing, orality, libraries, and literature. So, on this way, I would like to mention a celebration for the classification from yesterday for Cape Verde for the World Cup. Please, a round of applause to Cape Verde. And also, I would like to greet Mario Lucio, that will be with us, I think, on Thursday, and that gave me this book, the book that wrote me. So Secretary Lucas read this book, and I'm very happy, and I would like to thank for the support of the Cultural Secretary of the Municipality of Rio, and this such important project. So we are here starting the round of conversations over the topic that is gathering us with three words that we must remember. The words to remember Paulo Freire, that is reading, diversity, and democracy. That is what we will start today, this conversation with Professor Conceição and Professor Roger Sartier. But before that, passing the floor to you, Conceição, yesterday, Nancy Raissa Cardoso from the Ministry of Culture from Guinea-Bissau, she's with us on the debates that we have. And she brought a quote that for me it's very important. And quote, her words. So reading as an act of memory and future. So I'm wondering that, think about these three dimensions, these three words, reading, diversity, and democracy. That makes me to remember something that Jefferson Assunção, that is our director of books, reading, writing, libraries from the culture ministry, and he always brings this to our debate, that in Brazil we had centuries of prohibition of book launches, and so the colonizer prohibited the publication of books, and this is a crime. But there is another crime that is even more severe than that. That we couldn't learn to read. So the African that came to this country, the Afro-Brazilian that was there in the first centuries of the colonization, couldn't learn to read. The indigenous as well couldn't learn to read, and those that were willing to teach to read, they were punished in a very severe way. And among the punishments, that was one that was to cut the tongue so that they could not say the word that should be read, shared, and expanded. And other used to cut the hand so that they could not use the hand to use the pencil and the pen. So even more severe than a crime, the word that says, and the minister Margaret Menezes likes to sing this: I will learn to read to teach my colleagues. I will learn to read to teach my colleagues. I will learn to read to teach my colleagues. And we have here at the audience someone that for us in Brazil and Latin America, it's very important in the process of concept and the formulation of public policies of reading. That is Alain Nunes. Alain Nunes built a concept, Professor Roger and Professor Conceição, of solidary reading. So you have the concept of the solitary reading and the solidary reading, two different things. I'm about to pass the floor to you because we agreed with Roger and you to start with this concept of the idea. In the same line of thinking, Paulo Freire says, a Brazilian educator used to say that we learn to read to write our own story. So we learn to read to write our own story. That's why reading, Nancy Cardoso, in the time there is an act of memory, and future also is an act of freedom. It's an act of freedom. So if we learn to read, to write our own story, the writing, for you, Conceição, it's key for reading and for writing so that we can tell our own story. Do you agree with that? Yes. Good morning, everyone. All the ones that are here. It's good to meet Professor Eliane, that we work together since the municipality of Rio de Janeiro. And thank you. For sure, you are a person that may have invited me together with other people. It's a pleasure to meet you, Professor Roger. So talking about writing and thinking the reading as its diversity, and thinking reading as a process that makes sense, for example, in a country as ours, not only in a country as ours, but thinking the reading and the writing literature as human rights. Of course, I'm thinking here on Professor Antonio Cândido and how thinking about this concept of writing that was born in the literature area in 1994 when I was at PUC University, working with poems with authorship from Afro-Brazil. There was a coincidence. There was not splitting the one that the creator and the one that was created. The lyric voice of the poem was a voice that existed a coincidence, a confusion with the subject, the author subject. So I started thinking that I was facing some literary creations in which there was a merge. It was the subject of creation, seeing and self-writing and writing, looking at self and leaving the poem and the poetry. And in this understanding,
I had this idea of writing, but I have said a lot that to write overcomes the sense of a mix, overlapping or printing and pasting, living. Besides this pasting and living, writing has a sense, is a concept that starts based on a perspective on history and a perspective from our ancestors. How we understand this idea of writing, the art of writing, I try to find the history of Brazil, the role of Mãe Preta. What was the role of Mãe Preta in the farms? To take care of the children, to take care of the mother. And Mãe Preta ended being the first educator of a child in the past during the slavery. She was the one that used to take charge of all the children. There was a moment when this Mãe Preta, this enslaved woman, She used to gather children and used to tell stories. She used to make the children fall asleep by telling stories. So, what do you gather from all this? You have an enslaved woman. Everything in this woman was enslaved. She was producing. She was also included in education. She was educating. She was the first teacher of the children of Casa Grande. And then we have the Gilberto Freire talking about the interference of these women. And then we have Nélia Gonçalves also thinking about of Angolan Portuguese, this mark of African languages spoken in the Portuguese of Brazil. So all these enslaved bodies were embedded in the process of education. It was also embedded in the economy of pleasure, because when the boss would like to take the body of these enslaved women, they used to the enslaved women were considered as an object to be used by the white man. So these women were powerless in this slavery process. So I started to think the words of this enslaved woman used to comply a process where she was also there to be used. So when she was telling stories, it's not because she wanted to tell stories to other children. It was her role also. It was her duty. She was obliged to do this. It was a enslaved job. There was a moment when she used to get around her all the children to make them sleep. And there is a very very interesting sentence. Our writing is not to make the children fall asleep, but it's to awaken them from their unfair dreams. This allows us to think the writing of black women, because they start with this experience, this makes us think the writing of black women as a writing that today doesn't have this role of storytelling. On the contrary, they have the role of describing this storytelling from another place. So nowadays, the writing of black women is a writing that tries to blur this past, but also at the same time, it's empowered by this past. So there are the voices of these women silenced, or these enslaved women's voices that allow us to nowadays to have our voice heard. And what this act of writing allows us, these stories that are blurred, these stories that are not part of the narrative of a nation, these stories that when they inspire Brazilian literature, they inspire outside inwards. We're seen, we're considered, we're spoken as objects, and the act of writing puts us in another place. It puts us as subjects of our own stories. We have our poems, we have our theories, because the act of writing is also being a concept that is being considered as a concept within literature, within the literary criticisms. And another times it's also considered as a methodology the professors have worked a lot thinking about the act of writing as a methodology because it allows in a classroom for the teachers to really believe in the stories and also stories that they should be written, stories that are inspiring for the arrival of poems or fiction. To think about the act of writing has had this importance also of revealing new stories, of thinking also in a new concept of literature, in a new concept of language. And I think for us Brazilians, it's an analogy also. The popular classes also, the act of writing allow us to think the ways of being part of the Portuguese language and also to understand what is wrong, what is right. When you try to speak out, when you start the art of writing. So the art of writing has this sense also of diversity, democracy. I think in the we've been going through the threat towards democracy, and I think this threat towards democracy is not only nationally speaking, but also it is happening abroad. But I think the act of writing also allows us to question. A democratic country is above all a country where democracy has to be included in education. A democratic country, you have to think about a democratic process of including literature. We have to think also how are the politics of distribution of books, of having authors and subjects and books are well received. What stories the nation tells. So I think the act of writing is a finding for us to think about a diversity, to think about in the right to write, and also to think in democracy. A country is democratic. It has to be democratic in all the sectors. To think in education is to think about health, is to think about art also, is to think about art. I think art is a speech that means a lot. Perhaps art will tell about a country much more than a historical text, a sociological text. So, to fully live in a democracy, I think is to value and to fully live in the state of art that a nation reveals, mainly through reading, writing, and the specific book as well. Thank you, Conceição Evaristo. I will pass the floor now to Roger Chatier. I imagined here, I'm sorry, the book is a representation of truth, literature as a knowledge, social knowledge. So based on this statement that yesterday we were talking about, and now listening Conceição on how you disclose all this subject. Thank you. For me, it's a great honor and it's a great pleasure to have a dialogue in the opening of this meeting with Conceição Evaristo. I have read some of her books in Portuguese or in French, translated by the publisher De Femme. I admire her work. And before I start, I also would like to excuse myself for my very French Portuguese. I think that for initial ideas, I think the concept proposed by Conceição Evaristo, the concept of the act of writing, is very important because to relate writing and the existence and to produce text according to the life conditions and democracy, and finally the diversity, universal diversity. In a text of 2020, which title is The Act of Writing and its subtexts, you highlighted the dual or double nature, understood at the same time as a diaspora and universal. Because I would like to mention yourself, the act of writing, its initial understanding, is understood as the act of writing of black women as an action that intends to blur, undo the image of the past, where the body of black women that are enslaved had the power of a mission also on the control of the males and females and even children. So we have the voice that belonged to enslaved women. Nowadays, the writing belongs to us also. It used to belong only to them because they write to themselves. So highlighting that in the process of the writing, the act of writing can acquire a universal dimension. I mention once again, I have had the understanding that even based on a specific experience of an Afro-Brasility, you can be part of literary speech that comprehends a sense of universality, human universality. Besides that, I think that the concept that you have proposed of the act of writing allows to link writing in a stronger approach than other theories in the literary. The notion of community of interpretation, the notion of horizon of expectations, the notion of an answer of the reading, what it brings to us. It allows us to have the notion of active writing to connect it in a stronger approach to your writing as social existences shared with memories and shared with affective reactions. Active writing can be written in the plural and therefore design the social life and the practices on bringing literacy to the population. I imagine that the French sociologist Pierre Bourdieu would have been very, very interested in this concept that you have just mentioned in our meeting. Bourdieu used to say, to interrogate yourself on the conditions of the possibility of reading means to ask yourself not only about social conditions, possibility of situation in reading, but also regarding social conditions of production of readers. Readers in the sense of Latin of wise and intellectual readers. And he continued, Bourdieu, one of the illusions of the reader that perhaps all of us are. One of the illusions of a reader is the one that shows the universalization unconsciously the conditions of possibility of their reading. The notion of the act of reading obliges not to forget these statements that are so different. It seems to me it's a similar knowledge allows at the same time, thanks to you, to respect cultural diversity, social diversity, and also to consider at the same time the right to reading, the right to writing as a universal right, as the right of all men and women. That it seems to me that we can start this dialogue with centrality of the concept that I see you are proposing. Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor. So, how long do we have? How many minutes more do we have in order to check our... So now the idea is to open now for comments, Q&A. 3 questions? Okay, I have here with myself 2 questions, but I will be still and waiting for you to, including the people who want to ask questions. You can raise your hand, then we'll take the microphone to you in order to be easier. Okay, does anybody want to raise a hand? There's always the first one. There's a first one there. The microphone, please. Identify yourself. The microphone. Raise your hand once again, please. Okay, thank you. Good morning to all of you. I am Jorge Teles. I am here representing the Foundation Biblioteca Nacional. I would like to congratulate CELAC and the Ministry of Culture for holding this event, and also congratulate the speakers. And I would like to ask a question, because Conceição mentioned the act of writing and the social memory, national memory, and how to read the country through culture. I want to ask you, what is the importance of public policy in the promotion of reading? They embed this perspective of active writing in support to the production and circulation of this literature that is not official, that doesn't go through the publishers and doesn't go through the market, but is a very rich production of memories of marginalized people, the people that have their literary production not recognized and not included in the public policies. Thank you. Thank you. Nice to see you again. 2 more people, please. More questions? If not, let's see, please. Secretary Lucas, the mic is arriving. Good morning to all of you. I'm going to ask this question, apply to Rio de Janeiro in the plural, that perhaps will be interesting to all our guests from Ibero-America. The experiences of reading and writing, they're not all unique. You don't have one book. Phenomenologically, the book is not existent. It's based on an experience. And Rio de Janeiro has a very interesting experience that are rhymes and slam. It's a literature that very rarely is written, but it is a great number, an intense production, and an amount of public that I will call them like readers. The Library of Knowledge in Rio de Janeiro. What should they do for today's libraries that they don't do? I'm mixing library and reading because community libraries have done a very interesting job, and the public libraries also. But I feel that we're lacking a statement, a happening intellectual, architectonic, not unique, but they have to feed themselves from this network. It's a question of a research of a project, taking advantage that we have Conceição thinking about an architecture that reads, and he listens to Chati that has the experience on the National Libraries of France. How will we have this Afro-Brazilian, Ibero-American library in Rio de Janeiro that will have universal importance based on the act of writing and not any universal value based on liberalism that ends disconsidering intelligence that exists like the ones that we have in the battles of slam. Okay, do we have some other question? If not, I will give the mic back here to the speaker. Fabian, we have one more, we'll have 10 more minutes for the questions. So whoever wants to ask their question, you can please ask them. I would like to ask, how can we relate this word of act of writing? I love this work, thought in the person of children. Thank you. Well, I come back here to Conceição and Chartier. Who wants to start? Please, Conceição. So in first place, I would like to thank Professor Chartier for the reading of this book. That is a critic book regarding my work. And it's very interesting that this concept may be considered together with canonic concepts that already exist in the theory of literature, but allowing this dialogue that also makes the difference between the act of writing as a specific place, but has this trait of that allows this dialogue from the point of view also of an international point of view. I would start talking about the act of writing. In what sense that children can be part of this. And I'm going to tell you an experience that I had in a school. I was invited by Jefferson Tenório, a writer from Rio Grande do Sul. And the teachers had work in the garden with the children from ninth grade. Okay, she's talking about kindergarten children and children from the ninth grade. With the children of the kindergarten, the children used to draw. And then after the drawings, the teachers asked, what does this drawing mean about your life? And then when I got to this school, the teacher asked, who is going to tell to the writer what is the act of reading? A little boy said, the act of writing, he said, is the writing of us. So in the book that was published for Itaú, they mentioned, I asked the mother if she allowed me to use his sentence. So perhaps the children, the understanding that I have now is that a child noticed very well the act of writing as the writing of ourselves. We have stated this a lot. The act of writing, even when it comes from a text in the first person, it has a very strong relation, and I think the writing, African writing also, the way that we behave and think, the understanding of a collective subject translate very well what is this act of writing. So it is possible, yes, based on simple actions, very simple ones. Someone used to date here because the act of writing has all this kind of approach, and we make a great difference of when you end the text in the so so based it looks for ways to impose your words of the speech, utopic speech, the speech that thinks that democracy is possible, that hope is possible, that justice is going to happen. So I think through these small texts, I believe that there are other texts also. I think the narrative of the summer school is also a place. The narratives of the rappers also. I think all this youth is here telling us what they want or what they require, what they don't want, what they judge as unfair. And it's interesting to notice that these are the populations, the most sacrificed population or group of people that state with a lot of strength. If we're going here in Rio de Janeiro to the South Zone, we will find a great number of people that go to the theater, people that go to the movies. But if you go to the outskirts of Rio de Janeiro and perhaps to the outskirts of Belo Horizonte, of São Paulo, the ones that really go to these places and like to create are the people from the outskirts, where even if they're great rappers, they go to a specific privileged place, and then I'm mentioning here the geography of a city, they can even go there. But normally the experience, first of all, their works we call as works that arise from the outskirts. So perhaps to think about a library, to think about cultural devices, maybe we have to consider, I think it's a public policy, we have to consider this to notice which are the places, which are the dynamics that boost this action. And perhaps a dynamic that is really followed by the daily book of people. I think something really impressed me a lot in Rio de Janeiro. It's a long time that I haven't observed this. Is how, because now we have the internet, but the workers, when they stop working and they used to go to the newspapers and they start reading a newspaper. That's an intent to try and find a reading. In the train, people used to read newspapers. That was given for people to read, so they're interested. So maybe it's a public policy that is required. You have to be very tuned with this practice of production, of search, of consumption, of popular classes for reading. I am from my time. So we used to go to the free Movies were in the squares, and people used to go downstairs to the squares, and these should go from the hills to watch movies in the square, free. I can state that a person that lives in the suburbs
Cultural Banco do Brasil para participar das atividades culturais. Então é pensar
how to offer and what kind of dynamics are possible to offer in order to, in fact, to think policies, cultural policies have to include all the city. Conceição, now Roger, we have time now to end. What draws my attention in the work of Conceição Evaristo in this is important of live work that was a practice of multiple and generous, literally all the stories told, transformed in literature. Live words about theater. They have an existence. I thank you about the oral transmission, being written text or text that she already has as unique existence in orality, so everything that was spoken only. So for example, I think that the projects of the libraries from the current times cannot be limited to maintain the written legacy. They have to face also the challenge of conservation of the past. So if we think in this way, I think the most important thing in this relation is we used to have attention, and to mention once again Conceição Evaristo in a text where the songs to make children fall asleep. She used to say in her books, desperation takes over me, because when we sing a song, a lullaby for little children, the children are not included in this. When they fall asleep, or they start crying, or they remain with their open mouth. So all this has to be included in the act of writing. I think nowadays when we write as an effort for a discussion of the capacity of reading or writing as a subject for the building of current times, we should face this tension. We should really include these realities in writing. While you're singing a lullaby, you also have to include all the reactions of the child and know the indispensable things connected to the existence, the exercise of citizenship, the discovery of another world of the past, and at the same time, not to forget, as you mentioned, reading and writing being produced is only one of the experiences of human beings that also are communicated and linked thanks to an orality that is not written, thanks to gestures without words, thanks to your own language of the bodies, body language. So how to include in policies for reading, this dimension of global ecology, of understanding the world, of understanding society. This made me think, reading your text, the idea of Paulo Freire. I'm sorry, he had two definitions of reading. One definition that were the policies of reading, literacy, learning at school, and the domain of written word. But at the same time, this reading should be thought in another possible definition, to understand the nature of the memory, of the feelings. That suppose a way of reading, not only reading in literacy, but it drew my attention that this tension between both definitions of reading regarding writing and regarding the understanding and intelligence of the world and the nature of society is the challenge that nowadays has to be considered, all the ways being alert, paying attention when a reading is done. So this orality tension has to be included, and it's a key to be in a new definition of the programs and projects, and also in order to attain a better understanding. Wonderful, thank you. I think we have to end now, and I would like to thank you so much. I would like to thank you so much, Conceição Evaristo, Chachit, for sharing with us this moment. And we'll end with two very important comments that came from you, and as Secretary of the to think about the act of writing based on childhood and our writing, as the boy from Porto Alegre said with his drawing. It brings me the idea of an image I really like very much that I learned with my teacher in Fortaleza. She used to ask us, have you noticed something very odd in the eyes of a recent born? Something very, very ancient you can see in the eyes of a already born. To think about this writing is to think about ancestrality. You are born in a community or any other place, so you have an ancestrality that is in the eyes of a baby, but you have ancestrality that is on the ground in that place, and all the libraries that mean this. So Patillo said, from Ceará, he said he learned to read with a book of nature. He started writing when he was 12 years old, and it was sufficient for him to become a great poet. So this book of nature, we just heard also from Marulucio, the reading of water and winds and so on. So think, Jorge, the act of writing in public policy is above all based on bibliodiversity. Understand bibliodiversity not only as an object, the book or the library. You should think about the multiplicity of voices and narratives that are spoken, sang, and danced and written, and that's also something. And in this perspective, the Ministry of Culture is acting in the building of this. Is the word that represents this plan is the word of bibliodiversity. Understanding, Secretary Lucas, there is a poetic topography in Brazil, in the outskirts of Brazil. There's another topography in poem that are in the indigenous people's lands and the quilombolas. That's what we have. Thank you very much, and let's pass on to the next table. Thank you to all of you. Kindly just remain here, Fabiana and Conceição, remain here for us to have a photo.
Enquanto a foto, já então anuncio, né, o que teremos hoje no próximo debate.
We will have in the next debate the education challenges for reading, writing, and oral policies. Then invite the guests. We'll talk about the main education challenges from the Ibero-American countries, what they are facing to ensure an effective participation in the written and oral culture, and how these challenges can be considered on the reading policies. The experts that will be part of this discussion are Joara Faija, sociologist by the State University of São Paulo, master in psychology by PUC from São Paulo, and graduated in management by the Getúlio Vargas Foundation. She's an international advisor for organizations at PNUD and the BID in projects of education and social policies, and she coordinates programs to boost reading, including the Word PL and the national research. So pictures of reading in Brazil. She published articles and books about the habits of reading in Brazil and about the importance of the school libraries and literary events. Please, Joara, the floor, please come to the stage.
Convido também
Assessment. And also she has a doctorate in economy and education by the University of Columbia, and she's an economist. Her areas are literacy, assessment, and education policies. Welcome. As moderator, please, Rafaela Cantarino. Representing Rafaela Cantarino, Isaline Cardoso do Nascimento, please. Isalina, please, the floor is yours. Good morning, everyone. I'm Isalina Cardoso do Nascimento. I work in the Ministry of Education. I'm the General Coordinator of Didactic Materials. And I would like to thank for the opportunity of being here today in these discussions that are very important on this sharing of knowledge that we are seeing here. It's a pleasure to participate on this meeting, considering the public policies in the scope of reading, writing, orality, and to share this time and this space with such important people with this expertise on the scope of education and reading. So for me, it's a moment to learn with you. As a debate in this panel that we will start now, we have the education challenges for the policies of reading, writing, and orality. And talking about education challenges in a short time, because we know about the dynamic of the event. So we know that it's a very complex discussion that would take more time to be able to talk about, but we bring here the main points of the challenges that we still need to overcome on the scope of reading, writing, and orality. So to talk about these three dimensions, that is reading, writing, and orality, that are very important for the citizen graduation, and also considering our students, because I consider very important to talk to say that we are here to represent them in favor of the students, the children that are in the schools, in the public schools. So it's important to mention that I work for several years in the basic education, and I'm always on these discussions, learning and talk about these topics. And I remember always my students, the students in which I share the classes, the knowledge. So we do the policies for them to improve the quality of education. And considering the challenges, we need to remember the improvements on the scope of policies that were mentioned here before. For example, the PNLL that brings the incentive to the reading, the book and the didactic material as a policy. The mic, sorry, my apologies because the mic was not working. So, as I mentioned before, the public policies are improvements on the scope of education, reading, writing, orality, although we have a lot of challenges so far to be overcome. So also mention the National Program of Book and the teaching material as a very old program with huge importance that take the materials, the books, to the schools, to children, to the libraries in a free way. And this is important because this is for free, and we know that one of the challenges is the structural inequality that we live in our country. To talk about the reality of having the students being with a lot of knowledge, but in fact sometimes they even don't have something to eat. So this is challenging. How are we going to awake this in our students, the love for reading, considering the structural inequality in our country and in the countries also from other people that are here. So I think this is one of the challenges that is important to bring here. And of course, we will be able to complement over the speeches of today. Besides that, it's important to highlight that as challenges we have the schools, the graduation of the teachers to deal with the new reality that we live today in the scope of a society of information that we live today. We receive a lot of messages, informations, and we don't know how to give a meaning to this information. So it's also challenging to have teachers graduated this trip that the reading can allow us. So this trip and we build the knowledge, the reading, the writing, the orality. Who reads a lot can speak better, can write better. So these are three elements that are complementary. So in this way, the talk of today is to reflect this topic and the challenges that are overpassing this. So in this way, I invite Ximena Slara to talk about what are the main challenges on education and regarding learning faced by our countries regarding reading, written, and orality. Ximena, thank you very much, Islane. Thank you all. It's a pleasure to be here in this panel. I will switch to Spanish because I can express better my ideas. To work with the challenges in a diverse region, I don't want to seem that this is general, but we need to rescue common elements. Do not take this into a generalization, as I mentioned, okay? So the first thing that we identify is the Mateo effect. That has to do with the Bible, of course, and it's used a lot as a category that came from people that work with literacy, and the one that has less resources, according to this idea, will have even less. And in Spanish, when we do this translation, this means that the children, when they reach the first degrees of education, or the ones from 4 to 5 years old, they already have in their trajectory some gaps identified that is a huge challenge for our education systems. So, there is something that we must pay attention. And also, we cannot consider natural. This gap exists, but we cannot consider it as natural. And this is the second challenge, that is to normalize the gaps. This should not be allowed. The third challenge that we have identified in our practice has to do with the initial graduation and also the graduation in service from the part of the teachers. The initial graduation, we did research some years ago, and we found out that people that are being graduated initially, they are not taught to read, and when when they start giving a class for the elementary school, they consider their own teachings of reading. In the last 30 years, the science of reading made some important contributions based on the neuroscience, pedagogy, psychology, and they tried to understand how the brain of the children works. And this, for me, was a surprise, because the reality for us is natural, but to read is a miracle, and to learn by itself is also one of the most important processes that we need to incentivize in our teachers for the future. And this has to do with the graduation in services, because in our countries the graduation in services is massive. When we have the hybrid format, this become hybrid, and we intend that with capacity building we can have the appropriation of knowledge and its application in a classroom. And this is an assumption that is very strong, and we should think about that. This graduation is expensive, and also is strong in the ministries of education, and we don't see good results linked to that. What I would like to mention has to do with the materials, and something that is not happening in common is that there is no common policy about materials. There is no free delivery of books, of libraries for students, and even less for the faculty members. And this makes some countries needing to face the to improvise, and there is no enough material to have this education. So it's difficult. So I can name some challenges here. This is not an exhaustive list, but these are things that call my attention, and I would like to mention it here for this important process of education. Thank you very much. Now I invite Zuara to talk about these education challenges. So the floor is yours, Zuara. Good morning, everyone. I think that it's very complicated to talk after Evaristo, Roger, and Fabiano. We we stay a little bit ashamed to talk about after them, and it's an honor to be here to think together about this, and especially on the challenges as you mentioned. What are the pathways to face this gap that we have on the graduation, on the preparation of readers? I think that the challenges are not new. We have decades of challenges that are being repeated. I think that the main issue is to consider what is coming and what is challenging us on this moment. So I think that it's very challenging, the new scenario that we are facing. It may be due to the attraction of the screens, and also we must consider a problem of the current scenario, that are the governments wanting to replace books. We are seeing this in Brazil, the replacement of books by platforms where the contents are developed by people that are hired by these governments. This is very severe, and we must consider this as a challenge. We are seeing this in Brazil. But I think that for sure we talked about this yesterday, and today we have a program to distribute books, and this program is wonderful, but with some breaks, and also breaks from governments that stopped the distribution. But I think that if we need to point out one challenge, it's the use of these books on the spaces of the schools. We need to, I think she mentioned that, but we need to graduate teachers that are readers and that can develop practices to mobilize the use of these books. So if we need to point out one only challenge among all the ones that we have, I would say that. But considering Brazil, we know that the inequalities are very huge, and these are socio-economical, cultural inequalities. We have different Brazils. Here we have the Brazils from the elites, the periphery Brazil. And it's important that we can have policies director to minimize these diversities, but policies that can be effective. I think that we have another big challenge, that is to transform projects into effective actions. Well, I think I have 5 minutes left, so this is only an overview, because if we talk about all the challenges, we need 1 hour minimum to talk about. So when I present the research, I will bring more information, more specific information about the diagnosis that we have on the reading in Brazil. Thank you, Zuara. So we will follow in this dynamic that we have here, due to the time, to optimize time and to be able to bring these points, the specific points, in a way that is more fluid, that can flow better, so that we can continue our debate. Once more, I will ask Ximena to talk about the importance of to interfere in an important way on the education policies, considering the loss of learning and the gaps on the reading that affect the more vulnerable sectors from the society.
What have we found? It's always nice to refer to studies that are being held on this kind of policies that are being implemented. During the 27 countries in this region, only 8 have policies already defined and determined on reading, writing, and orality. 8 of 27. So this indicates there's no guideline very clear in order for us to be able to follow and to land in the policies. But I don't see this as a science, but I see this as something, some ways where we have found to follow a method. Oh, these results give flexibility. So the first one has to do with a very clear reason. We have to think about Sobral in Brazil, because Sobral in Brazil is always considered as a miracle in Latin America and the Caribbean in having been able to overcome in 15 years. In 15 years, things are not very immediate, but to move a municipality that was in lower places among the 5,000 and some municipalities that they have in Brazil, and to reach the first place according to the index of education development, basic education. So it became a study case. We have to go to Sobral. We went, many countries of the world went to visit Sobral to see what happened there. And the first one was a real goal, to be able to, for all the children, girls and boys, when they finish their primary school, to learn what they have to learn and then do it according to their age. That is what is clear. And how do they do this? With political will. That means to work in this is probably what the politicians are not interested in, because they're not votes, they don't represent votes. And to work in education is like to work in a marathon. There are no immediate results. You have to wait for 10 years to see some kind of results. So it's nothing popular, but if you do it under an economic point of view, it's very successful, because the investment in initial literacy has the highest results at the end of the life for many people. But as there's no political involvement, the governments always think, perhaps we just leave it to that. And second is that we must have effective use of the assessments. So the assessments, there's always a very great discussion, but there are two sayings that I use very much that really I enjoy bringing from my experience. Although I see with thermometer and check the temperature of children, that doesn't improve and stop the fever. To measure the excess doesn't find a solution. In Argentina, they say, although we give a lot of food, the cow will not get fat. No, we don't have to assess, to use the results and make the pedagogical use and prevention that represent the assessment, yes. But we have to know how to use the assessments or evaluations. But they're very important, maybe at the beginning, because to assess in third grade or primary grade and say 50% of the children don't know how to read when they reach third grade, it's not true. It's out of the normal. That's not true. And third one, the curriculum, as it was said by the dean of the university, I cannot use curriculum and include some curriculum. There's a limited time for this in our classes. We have limited time at school. So we have to use a very strategic use and very well guided of the curriculum based on in the syllabus of the school. There are a lot of things that we have to comply, many needs. And if we don't comply with this, the most important thing are people that are not, they don't know how to read and write, and that's a challenge during the lifetime, unfortunately. We need to have a population that has to be followed up and that they feel supported and motivated. Followed up in what I mentioned at the beginning. It's not to have an initial capacity building. I think that's sufficient. It's to follow up the capacity building. And this is difficult, but in fact, it makes a huge difference. And lastly, the school management. Nowadays, it has a lot of management, and it's not based so much in pedagogy. Pedagogy is very important because the directors of the schools are key, and they have to open the doors of the school to the children. This pedagogy that is not applied, it should be applied by everybody involved in this process of schooling. It's very important to focus in pedagogy. So this hasn't been considered because of so many requirements from our education system to produce data. Then they're not used as the data of assessments in order to end. I think we have been able to identify some points of pain where you have to really deal with them, and definitely you have to guide our policies, but they cannot remain as policies. They're not going to remain as dead words. They have to really reach the classrooms. That's where you have the magic. Thank you very much.
Obrigada.
Thank you, Shimina. We have a presentation here to share. Someone from the team, please put this on the screen, the presentation. So now Zoara will continue our debate based on her research on the habits of reading and regarding the relation that reading and all the challenges, what role school libraries have, and also the access for different reading materials. I think that now we will have more challenges showing the panorama or reading in Brazil. Research done by ProLibro Institute, thanks to fiscal incentive through the Ministry of Culture, is the 6th edition. The first one was published in 27. It happens every 4 years in order for us to check the changes in the scenario, mainly the impact of public policies. I will be very brief because of the time. Who is a reader and the one that doesn't read the researches? A reader is the one that read at least one book, a whole book or part of a book, a chapter, and during digital or printed during 3 months. The one that doesn't read is the one that hasn't read anything during 3 months. For the first time, we have more non-readers than readers. 53% of the Brazilians haven't read any part of a book. This represents, from 2015, 11.3 million of Brazilians haven't stopped being a reader, more than 1 million per year. So, Here the historical numbers with I mentioned from 2019 to 2009 for more than 6 million. This represents 107 million of non-readers in Brazil. So who are the 47 million readers? What do they read? Even part of a book. If we consider the whole book, it's much less. There are 27% only of Brazilians that read a book. 25% are literature books and must have read a part of the book, and 22% are readers of Bibles. And we have noticed a drop, a decrease in all the segments of the research. But what I think is quite concerning was the decrease from 5 to 10 years age. We lost 9 percentage points. And how we just heard spoken. It's a moment when the children are capacity built. They have to be interested in a book. It's a very important moment for them. It's now or never when they have to really identify themselves with the pleasure of reading, the meaning of words, the association of words and images. It's a moment not only of the reading skills, but also a drop in the number of books read in the year. 1 book less per year. A drop in the privileged spaces for reading. At schools, 44% of the children, of the students, don't read didactic books at least once a month. Literature, 64% don't read in a month's time. Decrease in the classrooms, 31% used to read in 2011, and now only 19% read in classroom. And libraries, it dropped from 20% to 14% as a place to read. And the non-readers, who are these non-readers? Are the ones, 36% said they don't read because they don't understand it. They don't understand what they're reading. They're not going to read a book. They don't understand a paragraph. 29% don't enjoy it. So once again, you can see problems in the lack of interest to read. So many between 14 and 39 years old, or they don't have patience to read. This is increasing a lot because of the attraction for the screens. And here's some data. Which are the main barriers for reading? 78% are on internet and social media, but 46% they don't have time for reading, but they're on internet. They don't like to read. 29, there's no library near. Only 7% mention a library, and they think that books are very expensive. So I think this is not the issue that doesn't allow them to read. And what do they do in their free time? As I mentioned it on internet, but 14 to 39 years, now that 90% are on internet, 71% on social media. Reading during leisure is 20%. In video games, this is also a great challenge. The 43% of the children from 5 to 10 years old are on video games. So here I showed you a track record, how this increased in 30% on internet from 2015 up to now, and the interest for reading. They don't like it goes from 22 to 29%. They like it a little bit. It drops from 31 to 26. It represents the valorization of, symbolic valorization of reading. This is one of them. It drops. People don't notice reading anymore. And it's interesting to check the greatest percentage of the ones that like to read are from 11 to 5 to 10. 41 said they enjoyed it a lot, 43 like it a little bit. However, during leisure time, they're on video games, only 25% read. So what is happening? We're not feeding these children that say that they like and they enjoy reading. The families are not promoting reading at home, and they know that the profile of Brazilian family is not a reading family. They don't have this practice, and they don't have books at home. So this is very important because we're losing all these children, and they say that they enjoy reading. What are we not doing? It's interesting to check who influenced the taste for reading. The ones that said that they were influenced by someone, 45% they mentioned the mother or the teacher. But 85% of the non-readers haven't identified anybody at all. Look at the importance of mediation and this awakening of the taste and pleasure for reading. People mention a lot about digital influencers. So some groups, they are very strong. We've seen that among young people that are readers, they Bible, evangelical books, and self-care, self-help. With this repertoire of reading, how are they going to develop activities that are interesting for all these children that are on video games or social media? 62% weren't reading anything at all. So here are the books that they're reading. Harry Potter, the most important book for a teacher. The research also, in spite of seeing the main reference as a book since 2007, we kept to have the historical curve. The research considers reading in many approaches and also readings by other means, even literature that we see by social media. So it's quite comprehensive, and it's being updated to consider a new scenario in reading. Here I brought only a little bit. What kind of format they prefer? It continues being paper, 57%, 22% doesn't matter. And here we include here a new chapter in the research to check the understanding of people in reading on paper and digital. They interrupt the reading, 68% of digital. It's more difficult to have concentration. Able to read for more time, 58% in paper. They learn more words, vocabulary, and new information, 42%. Paper, 38%, doesn't matter. Able to imagine better with a narrative and the characters, 48%, paper, 36%, doesn't matter. Understands better the story that is being told, 49% in paper. The power of the paper is still greater. So, access to books. By purchase, 81% of Brazilians haven't bought any book in the last 3 months. And when they do it, they prefer bookstores. Libraries, understanding of Brazilians regarding a library. A library is considered as a place to study and for students. That surely It doesn't approach the community from these places. And the frequency. 3%, they always go. 9%, sometimes. Here we have 12%, always, and sometimes, and also a decrease regarding the previous edition that was 17%. What would allow them to go? I think the collection is more indicated, but a data that for us is quite huge is there. 39% said they wouldn't do anything. They wouldn't go to a library. It surely is the image that they have a library. A library. So, assessment of the libraries of universities and schools. 50% said that they find all the books they want. Many times they don't find the books that the teachers have requested. Here I want to mention regarding the high school. Do you find all the books? 30% find all, part of the books, 28. Don't find the books, 8%. Don't look for books, 10%. The professor doesn't indicate books. But fundamentally, one, as we said, 29% don't indicate books. I brought here a part that the Institute so a positive impact of a school library that has a basic work. We have the presence of a professional that is open because many of them are closed. The professor develops integrated activities through the pedagogical project, develop reading activities and curriculum and research. And we have also checked a positive relation that the teachers indicate with the learning from the students. We have an assessment of education in Brazil, that is IDEB, and there was a relation between these libraries that comply with this, and we have checked a year and a half up to 1 year and a half for schools that have libraries with these parameters. I brought this here for you to show the importance of a school library. That's it. The research can be downloaded in our site. Here it is. Here's the relation, statistical relation to show you how also the learning in Portuguese and mathematics or arithmetic. It's interesting how it has an impact on arithmetic because of the understanding of the instructions. It improves the improvement in arithmetic having a library with this profile. This is my message. I think I don't have more time. So here is you can download the book here. We have many authors that helped us to analyze the research. Bel, Castillo, Fabiano, all participated. But the research can be downloaded. I have 1 more minute. Oh, that's great. The book and the research can be downloaded in our site. Since the first edition, I will go back here to my words. So this is my sentence. What makes us humans? The capacity of transforming nature to produce comfort, to produce knowledge, to make evolution of history, transmit knowledge to the new generations, to feel empathy, understand the ones that are suffering and so different from you, to want to know other places and cultures. Yes, all this capacity make us more human, but the capacity of writing, reading, and understanding what we read allows us to know, apply, criticize, question, imagine, tell, choose, and mainly not be manipulated. That today is a great challenge. That's it. Thank you.
Não sei se a gente ainda
Thank you, Zohar. I don't know if we have time for questions. Yes? Let's continue. You have 5 minutes for Q&A. If anybody wants to ask a question, raise your hand and we take the mic to you. Thank you. Eu vou dizer que eles acharam muito caro.
Bom dia, sou Judical.
Good morning. I'm from Mexico, and I'm a researcher in writing, and I have a doubt regarding the results that you recently showed on the screen. Thinking about reading being a multiple practice that is and appears in many circumstances, I see that this is a research that is centered in reading of books and a reading with specific guidelines. So my question is, if at any moment did you consider to consider another kind of readings, other kind of authors of measures, or I just know what you mentioned, or the research is limited only to book reading, that although the books are important, they're not the single ones. This research considers books because the historical series, we have to keep it, but we check always the reading in other supports, audio books also, the readings, and as I mentioned, fraction readings. So we have parts, for example, many issues considered to know the profile of the reader. I call it a passive reader, the ones that receive poems, that receive text and chronics through social media or access it through other platforms. So yes, since the 4th edition we open to check other materials that reach through other means. This is checked and we compare the profile of these readers with the profile of readers of books. We do this. I don't know. Is that what she wanted to know? I don't know if I answered her question, but the research, I made a gathering of this.
We have one more question. Good morning. André Victorina work in the Cultural Secretary in Bogota and in the public libraries. And about the result of the research. I don't know if you have data regarding the size of the sample, or if you have questions per groups that can complement the result. And I would like to know if this data is part of the summaries for the development of plans and then public policies. And also would like to know if you have analysis of observatories with practices of reading and writing so that we can understand better the dimension of the results. Regarding the sample, this is a national research or survey with more than 5,000 interviewed people. It's a robust interview with more than 150 questions. We applied the survey based on as of 5 years old, and we identify through different profiles. So each one of these results, it's possible to have the reading according to the aging, scholarity, the income, regions of Brazil. And when we consider based on regions, we see big differences regarding the percentage of readers and non-readers, the difficulties, and we consider also the libraries. We qualify the public library, the school library, and the sample, in fact, is small, but depending on the answers, you cannot work with statistics data. So we have a reading by Brazilian states as well. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but we would like to deep more, but sometimes the sample and the answers are so small. And we also have the indication of the books that are read, the frequency, the authors that are preferred. So just an overview. So I would like to thank Usuara Ximena that needed to leave earlier due to a flight. It was an honor to share this panel with such amazing women, together with all that are here. Thank you. I hope that we can keep our discussions in a way that is more fluid, and as Bego Bispo used to say, sharing the knowledge so that it can grow even more. Thank you. Thank you. Now, are we going to take a picture? Yes, so please. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the next panel, but feel free. We'll have water, coffee on the back of the room. So let's continue with the panel, the right of reading, writing, the word for the building of new futures. In the spaces, we will discuss the written, the writing and the orality as fundamental rights that allow the performance of other rights of the citizen and that can favor democracies. We are followed by Eliana Yunis, professor from 1970 to 2018. She's graduated in philosophy and literature, researcher and critic, and worked with theory and reading and the development of the reader, besides studies inter and transdisciplinary in hermeneutic, literature, education, art, theology, and public policies. She organized Prolero, the Education and Library, in 1991 and 1997. She was the co-founder of the UNESCO Letter in Brazil with the Network of Advanced Studies. Please, Eliana, the floor is yours. Then we will follow with Daniel Corunco, writer and professor author of more than 65 books published in Brazil and abroad, graduated and undergraduate in philosophy, psychology, master and doctor in education by the University of São Paulo, and postdoctor in linguistics by the University from São Carlos. The moderation will be done by Inês Pire. Inês is founder of Naturity, the company specialized in books, projects with books and libraries. And also she is part of the Ibero-Americano network of readers, and she is an international advisor with works in Argentina, Chile, Colombia, Spain, Mexico, Portugal, and Uruguay. She promoted different projects in a partnership with the governments and the international organizations, companies. So please, Inês, come to the stage. Inês, please, the floor is yours. Is it working? Yeah. So first of all, my apologies because I will speak in Spanish, and this is a panel with Portuguese speaking people. Well, I will speak slowly. It's a pleasure, and it's a very special moment with Eliana, and we have met some years ago. We were together in different activities, and then I have just met him. I hope that we can have an interesting conversation and a space with a lot of exchange. Thank you, the organizers, and especially for this invitation. We will start. Well, so welcome to this panel that is called The Right of Reading, Writing, and the Work on the Building of New Futures. The word, this fundamental word of the humans on the building of new possible realities. The reading, writing, and the word are ways to exist and to participate in the world. And this allows us to understand, to imagine, to dialogue, to build a collective sense, and to resist to the silence or exclusion. In times of inequalities that are growing and deep transformations, to defend the right of reading and word is also to defend the right to be part of the conversation about the future. So with us we have two wonderful professionals, Eliana Nunes, that works with education, literature as ways for a humanization, and also Uruku, that has the cosmovision from the indigenous population and have the words as the link, the memory in the collective space. So I invite all of you to think and to listen, to dialogue with them about the reading and the writing as tools to rebuild the human and to project new futures that are feasible. So let's get started with Eliana. I will pass the floor to one and to the other one with the idea that they can comment this dialogue. So let's start with you, Eliana. It's a very important reference on the scope of reading, education, and public policies in Latin America. You were mentioned in different moments. The literature in particular are making us to grow as humans. So Eliana, with this idea, comprehensive idea, I don't know if we can say also that this is a hope. Let's listen to you on this topic. Well, I don't know if it's good afternoon or if it's still good morning. First of all, I must say that when I received the invitation from Jamie, I thought that I was being a little bit ashamed to be here considering the proposal. And today I'm ashamed that I think that I could be, because I need to thank not only those that are here with me for this dialogue, but also I must recognize that I'm with a group of people that is very prepared, with a huge experience of reflection, analysis, criticism about the topic of policies on reading. To be here with Satie, to talk about the opening of our seminar, Castilho. In a certain way, this tells me that I only can create or establish a dialogue. I cannot I have nothing to say that you don't know. Everyone that is here has a large experience on this topic and lived and experienced it for many years, this work. And considering this many years, I think that in 1972, I needed to save an important school in Rio de Janeiro, a basic school that at that time we used to call the elementary school. Today we don't know the name to this, but I saw children that at 8 years old need to know species of plural, know all the collectives, knowing if the subject was hidden or not, but they have a thinking that was with atrophia, and this was in a medium class, in the high medium class. At that moment, my passion for literature was really the curtain that opened for me, and I used to say that I came from a city outside Rio de Janeiro. I'm not from the city of Rio de Janeiro, and I used to live on the hills and on hills of stone. And my question was always, what did we have on the other side? What I am not seeing. And in fact, when I started to be able to read at 8 years old with fluency and alone, I found Monteiro Lobato, and Monteiro Lobato expanded my questions forever, my questions about the world. And after, literature was important for me on the possibility that many responses were concrete and others were the imagination answers. And I started saying that because if we retake the story of literature, we will see that since ever there was a world where the opportunities were not given equally to all people. Since the Greek Agra, we only had men that could say, that could speak, and others could not speak, and women was not able at all. So this division was getting worse, considering that the rich profile were created over the median age. So the cities were split so that they could measure those that are outside the field, and they could not manage the navigation that can be outside the walls. And to be outside the wall in villages, and that's why the idea of vilain, those that are outside of the right and the norms that are operating inside the birds. And this idea of separation remained not only over the median age, and also the current moment shows this division as well. To talk about the right to reading, to writing, is the only way that we can talk, the only way that we can talk about the possibility of at least decrease these differences and to close people with different point of views, considering that we can closer the rights for a life with food, with housing, and with the imagination to be able to talk about what you're feeling, what do you want, what's, we could say, dream. But this is a project that can operate the conditions that are not fair and the conditions that are not equal that we have currently. So literature and the imagination, the art, the literature as a whole, not only the art of writing, but the art of the image, the art of the constructions, and the word construction is appearing there, the architecture of the cities, all of that is born from the human imagination. The world that we have, the reality that we have, that we name, is the one that our word is drawing, the one that our word is wishing. I believe that to talk about reading policies and the right of the policy on reading and writing, after Antonio Candido's talking about writing about the right of literature, it's very hard. We can complement and we can have this right that we cannot negotiate. Having people participating with their own thinking, with their voice, it's not only the standard orality of communication, but the voice with the intonation, with the color and the design of the world. So I believe that the policies, perhaps as Cecilia Meirelles would say, the world is, the words are very from our intermittence on the promotion of reading. The policies of reading are transformed in each government. We don't have a state policy. We don't have the recognition of the extension of the achievements that were done. We broke to reinvent the wheel and to reinvent again what could have a continuity. There is a huge lack of articulation between the projects that won. There are some extraordinary experiences, not only from city to city, from state to state, from culture to culture, because culture, it's a permanent invention. It's the cultivation that we do some insertions and how to revitalize the food of the common life, the social life. It's important to open the horizons. And here we mentioned the quilombolas, the heritage of the Afro-descendants. We had here an opening session talking about that today, a wonderful dialogue. And I think that it's about this that we are talking about. It's missing to exchange. We need to exchange more experience. We need to closer the experiences from one side and from the other side, from a culture and the other culture, one population and the other population. We don't need to copy models. We don't need a recipe. We need to be entire in what we are doing. Previously, it was mentioned the vital thing that is the graduation of mediators. This is really important, it's vital. We learn to walk with who is walking. We learn to talk with who is talking. So always I'm wondering what is to grow in a way that is isolated as Gaspar House, isolated that cannot pronounce a sound that can be understood. So if we learn with each other to walk, to eat, to talk, it's important to learn how to read the world. And returning to Paulo Freire, we need to read what is going on with us. We need to read what is surrounding us. We need to read our policy. We need to read our behaviors. And this reading, this skill, is the food of the writing. Writing is not necessarily the first source of reading. The first source of reading is in what you are able to understand and to interact with the world. If you do not have an interaction with what is surrounding you, and if you are not able to understand what is surrounding you, what does it mean? You are not able to think about what is going on with you. And so in a very difficult way you would be able to create and to interact with a new future. So it's necessary that we are with our own voice, with the vocality and our intonation, and it's important to know how to dialogue, how to listen. That's why I think that there is a fundamental problem in the basic school talking about rights. People and children would need to listen, to learn how to listen, how to speak before being able to read and write, because it's important to link the thinking, to organize some ideas about the experience that they are having. They are not shorter, they are on their time, and with the time they will build the future of the entire society. So it's important. Oh, thank you. I'm about to end. Oh, so it's necessary for me to have a deep reform on the contents of basic education, where to listen, to talk, to read and write are basics before any grammatical rule. Literature should be the raw material of this phase of education, and after learning how to speak and to learn how to think in a consequent way, I think that this is vital. And considering the governments, they should have the responsibility to keep the reading policies and to have the plan. Someone was saying that it's important to take out from the papers the plans, to put into practice, and to have people in Brazil making extraordinary things. During the pandemic, there was a survey to know how the Brazilian was reading. We found out more than 1,000 projects in the website and in small groups, and these people are active. They are still working. Yeah, where are them, so that we can create a network, so that we can exchange experiences, so that we can learn with them in the silence, in the darkness, and perhaps in the ignorance of the majority of people. But it's important to work and to have a work that is graduating readers, bringing the experience of being a reader, in fact, for the current world. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Danielle, welcome. So now I will pass the floor to you. As you heard in the introduction, He's one of the more meaningful voices in literature in the indigenous thinking in Brazil and Latin America. In a certain way, as a defender of the culture and plants a vision of time that now that we are talking about the new futures, they plant a vision of time that is different from the perspective of the Occident. For them, time is not a straight line, but it's a cycle that is always feedbacking and to follow. And the past not only defines the origin, but the identity, and the present reflects the consequences of this past. So this cosmovision is not following only the accumulation of the material, but the conception of the Occident about the linear time projects the happiness to the future, giving origin to big narratives as the Saint Graal or the promise to have a better life. This mindset alerts people on the building about the present life, promoting the individualism and the conquest. Danielle, the floor is yours. Did I say that? Really? Did I say that? Well, good morning or good afternoon to all of us. I repeat my Eliana's word as mine. And when I say that we have an audience so qualified and we feel a little bit nervous and our heart is bumping because to talk to all of you, it's really an opportunity. But I will be bold to have my speech here, and I will talk about this conception of time, the cosmovision that feeds our indigenous being from Urucu. But I would like to remember 2 points. I was a child with 2 important masters. One was my grandfather, that was a person, a very important human, and the other one was the being from the nature. It was an animal, a spider, and these 2 beings were important to build what Eliana said, to be a good listener, observer, and reader of the world, to allow us to feed in my own imagination possible worlds, possible futures that are being designed as I was growing and being part of the Occidental universe. My grandfather was a very wise man, always placing us in the position of listener, and as the grandparents from all generations and all other traditions. So the grandparents are those that are gathering the past and the present, and they do this telling stories so that we can listen to the stories, and then we need to have to be trained as a listeners in a permanent base, because although the stories don't have an absolute meaning, but this brings us something that is hidden and that we can reveal as we are listening so many times to the same story. So the stories that are told in exhaustion to children from the indigenous population, they end being part of the collection of the mindset, the spiritual collection from each person, and these stories will give the sense between yesterday, what was the past, and the present, what is today, what we live today, what each one of us live. So this is a link between the past and the present, and the responsible for that is the grandparents, the older people. We used to say that the parents should educate the body and the challenges, and to present the challenges to children. And it's up to the grandparents to educate the soul. And to educate the soul is through the stories that are told many times and repeated and so on. Because many times the stories give sense to our present, to our to be in the world, what gives us a root that will place us in the place that we are. In this way, we can be any part, in any place, in any situation. We will keep being part of the stories that were told us. So we are a story that will be written, will be told, that will be designed. And also we are the tellers of the same story. So the orality is exactly the reverberation of this memory, the ancestor memory of each person. But this is effective considering that it's being reproduced day per day, always that is possible, so that we must remember always who we are, from where we came, and what are we doing in this world, or to where are we going. This is not to where we are going. This is not relevant, because when we are entire, where we are intensive in what we are living, we are embedded on the infinite. We are in the universe. So orality has this capacity to become us full, to be entire, and to be intensive, because it brings together not only our living, but the living of all the other beings that came before us, and also those that are not humans but are in these stories also our relatives. It's not by chance, that us that are indigenous, we treat us all as relatives, and this treatment is not only considering people, but we consider this with all the other beings from nature. So the tree is our sister, the river is our grandparent, the sun is our grandparent, all the other beings of the nature, and that sharing with us the same space, the same territory, the same belonging. That's why it's important to have the orality while a pedagogical tool to transfer knowledge. Orality, we think that is simply the lack of tools to write the stories, but people many times don't understand that orality by itself is the pedagogical tool by itself. It's the result by itself. It's not the seek for result. Orality by itself is the own result. So this storyteller was my grandparent, but I like it to start reading due to another situation as well. I was born in the middle of the forest, but as I was born in 1964, and in 64 that we had the military situation in Brazil, and in the beginning of the 70s they had a policy to try to have the indigenous children becoming people, to become civilized, and they sent these children to the cities to study, and the children used to go to the schools and other places to learn to be a person, and this didn't work, and they tried hard, and I went to the city, and in the city we were placed in the school, and the school was the tool to colonize our mind, colonize our body, colonize our soul also. And I used to study in a religious school, Salesian, where we had, among other points, a good library, and sometimes we that were students were obliged to clean the places, and one of these places were the library. And one of these situations that I had the privilege to go to the library, at that moment I didn't know how to read, I didn't have affinity with reading, and I only had stories, but I I didn't have the reading skills and writing skills at that moment. So in one of these situations, I went to clean the library, and there we were doing the basic cleaning on the space, and in a certain moment I saw a spider net that was done in a shelf, between the shelf and the books. And I went there as a good cleaner that I was, and then I sweep, and I thought that it was clean. It was wonderful. Then, when I returned to perform my work of cleaning the books, I saw the same spider net done on the same place, and I was certain about that. I removed the net from that place. For my surprise, on the third day, the spider net was there, and I was concerned about that because my grandparent taught me to observe the nature, and I was thinking, what is the spider reading? Why the spider was so involved with that space? And then I went there with a lot of I was very careful because I thought that the spider was challenging me, and I was very careful going there. And then I got one of the books that was there with one of the wires of the net. And then I saw a book that you all know that is called The Small Prince. That book called my attention. The cover of the book called my attention. And I, that didn't take care, I was not careful, and then I sit and I started to take a look to the book. I didn't know to read at that time. I was only giving a look, and then I was surprised by the illustrations that were there, and I was wondering, as we didn't have the whole time to do the service, I need to change with my friend that was about to clean the library in the following week, but I was wondering to continue there because I was impressed with that book, but also I was impressed with everything, with the universe of the library, that we didn't have nature that, but the nature that awake me to pay attention to that space. And based on that moment, I got passionate for library, and I must say that I was not a good reader, and I'm also I'm not a good reader up to today. But that was so delightful that I started to be interested more and more for reading, and I started noticing that the world, the universe that was inside me, that was brought by the stories that the grandparents were telling in my community, in my village, they were kept and they were present in so many other people and places and other cultures. And this was something that I learned afterwards. I didn't know what was culture at that moment. So I was in a world that I knew my world that it was a specific culture, and I knew the world of my neighborhood that I discovered afterwards. But I discovered that the possibility to interact among the different expressions were possible. But we need also to take into consideration that each way to tell stories, and the book brought a story that I have never heard before, and that was impressioning me in a certain way, and that was going to be incredible for those that I would tell the story. So in a certain moment, that moment, without reading and writing, the writer was born. My wish to have the stories that were part of my life. Importance of the mediator. Someone mentioned here the importance of the mediator, and the importance of the mediator is because in a certain way it's the one that will affect, that will impress and create a bridge between the story that is told and the one that is listening to the story that was told. So, in a certain way, when we think about this important topic, we must think also that the orality is important to create on us the listening skill. And to know how to listen is the guarantee that inside us some worlds will be built, some possibilities will be built that then can become the new futures. The futures, by the way, and I am about to end my speech, but the future, that is a word that I don't like because it's a word that I don't used to use a lot in my speeches, because in fact I'm the destroyer of the future. I destroy the future, this future that the Occident imposed to people in a way that is selfish, to think that it's better than the others, that is better than the nature and all the others, the other ways of life. The Occidental world creates the illusion that they are superior to any other thing, and this ends destroying the possibility of dialogues with other cultures and other ways of life that are the base of the human life. So we need to know how to dialogue with the nature. We need to know how we can dialogue with the other beings. This is only possible through orality in the first moment. In the second moment, through literature, obviously, considering that children can be facing words, not futures, but to present words. And I am a messenger of the present, not of the future. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you deem it's fit, I know we have a little time. I was thinking to change the script and pass on the floor. We have the opportunity to ask and comment during these last minutes, and then afterwards we can end the table. But perhaps it's better to take advantage of the voices that everybody's here. I'm sure that you would like to ask, comment, whatever. Any question? Let's do it the same way. Does anybody want to ask? Raise your hand. I will take the... We have time. 10 minutes. Perfect. Any question? There it is. A microphone. Dear Eliana, Danielle, you brought here. You brought very interesting approaches about reading, and we had in the previous panel research, a portrait of Brazil. So this makes me think how we should qualify the idea of reading, not only as a support, but in the practice or the practices of reading. Because it seems that we continue measuring a way of reading while there are other numerous ways of reading. And once we have cultural diversity in Brazil, once we also have the awareness of the importance of Brazilian diversity in culture, this confirms what we think about reading. So I would like to ask you about exactly how do we consider this idea of reading and to read in our times. Okay. I believe that the act of reading is an act of survival. This is in Michel de Certeau. Michel de Certeau mentions this, that reading, it starts from the possibility of you capture signs as pebbles for you able to build the food of a common life, the food of social life, the food of political life, that is the life of common rights. So I believe the Chatelier has an important work about these differences, ways of reading, not connected only to the support, but also to the understanding of what contributes to develop the capacity of thinking. Listening today to Evarista, I was thinking about this, how the capacity of thinking is managed by a specific kind of reading that is not a standard reading, fixed or unique or permanent. The story of unique style of reading. So I believe that we have many examples in the whole country and the whole world, surely, about this capacity of reading in different languages, different behaviors, different gestures, even the way of dressing, behaving in public. It's is able to be read and interpreted, and it cannot be standardized. It has to be contextualized. So I think that going back to what Munduruku mentioned, the idea that orality, it feeds the imaginary of writing, of the big social organizations, other creations, and many times it is necessary for you to go back to another nature of orality, a secondary orality that is of dialogue, conversation, exchange, that will allow what is arriving. I'm going to talk about a recent one with an anxious knowledge to expand, reaching other versions of understanding of the world. The interpretation of the world depends on a reading, but it depends on the interpretation that you can give to this. Obviously, nowadays, to read only books may not ensure what we are looking for, because surely many of us know great intellectuals whose commitment with social reality, with political reality, is not very fully understood. So it is necessary to reach a dimension, a quite higher one, on this concept of reading and interaction also, because if you don't interact, of course, you won't compare, and you can believe that your way of reading is the single one that exists, and only the things that are in books is true. So reading, literally, literature, reading and other genders is fundamental for us to build a pluralistic world and of diversity, surely. Okay. Thank you very well. Part of what I said to you is to do with a small word that I'm going to say tomorrow. You know that we are here also holding the 20th meeting of writers and indigenous authors that starts tomorrow the 15th until the 18th. And tomorrow we will have the opening of this event. And one of the speakers of this opening will be myself with the title, a very small comb between literature and reality. If you're interested, go tomorrow and listen to me and I will give you an answer. But also because there we will meet about 30 indigenous authors from the whole country. There, I mean here, upstairs on the 5th floor of this museum. And these people come from different parts of Brazil and trying to write literature. And they try to write literature with orality, based on storytelling, with illustrations, drawings, and designs that you have in their own body. Talking about drawings, the other day I had a funny idea, was to notice how Brazilian society, I don't know how it is in the rest of the world, but how Brazilian society writes in their own body. How Brazilian society is reading the body of one another through drawings and tattoos, great tattoos, the tattoos, and each of these tattoos, there's a story. Perhaps the people don't even understand correctly what they tattooed on their body, but anyway, behind that tattoo there is a language, there's a story, there is an understanding, there is a will of whoever offers their body to be tattooed with a story. And I think in this, because exactly the indigenous people are people that do of their body their own book. They use their body, their way to express themselves and communicate and tell about their knowledge and their traditions. Not only in the body, but also in the caves, in the rocks, in all the places, in whatever they work with, in the arrows, and all their earrings and bracelets that they use. And this is a way of communication. Many times the consumer society say, oh, that's a wonderful thing, that's art, and so on. And many times there are very simple things that they don't want to give all this sacred approach that many people give, that anything that the indigenous people use have some kind of sacred approach. We're only telling a story, nothing else. They're just simply telling the authorship, to what tribe they belong to, what that drawing or painting means or signifies. So this, for the society that don't know it, obviously you can have another kind of interpretation, and for the society that produces that kind of art, that language, it is simply trying to communicate one with the others, of their equals, in order to establish exactly a continuity, to establish a memory among each of these beings. So it's important for us to consider this, because we're in a country that we have this cultural and linguistic diversity that is so huge, and Latin America is like this in the countries, and sometimes we don't. This is a language we have to speak, and we don't value exactly the different languages and different languages that still survive in spite of so much violence that they suffered during all this story that we in Latin America we have suffered. I think it's this. Thank you. We have 5 more minutes for another question to be objected. Kindly, please. Thank you, Eliana, Danielle. Thank you very much for this conversation, so interesting. I have a question specifically for Danielle, and it's exactly. You know that this in auditorium we have people that are in charge to build public national policies for reading. We know, as you had just mentioned, that in our region we have more than 550 indigenous languages, but also almost 40% of these languages are in a high risk of extinction or disappearance. There are some advances in some countries regarding the recognition and linguistic celebration, but not to develop actions that will contribute to those plans of safeguard of the language, to conserve and protect linguistic. So we have committed some mistakes in the region, as for example, to deliver books written in the Spanish in context with two indigenous people. So I would like to request you an advice, an idea, a recommendation that you could give us, that we do public policies and that we have so much to listen and hear, or how to have libraries in ethnical context. And I think that these policies that we represent have to be excluded and a vehicle to strengthen the education, diversity, and conservation and risk and celebration of orality, because we're starting with this and we have a great depth in our region. I think it's impossible to answer this in 2 minutes. That's the time we have left. But I would say, I think the question is very important. It's worthwhile to have reflection about this. We that are Brazilians, we know that in Brazil we have about 305 people that inhabit in this country, and we talk about 244 languages, very different one from the other. So the population don't have a dialogue. Indigenous populations, they don't have a dialogue among themselves. They need to have a mediation of national language from the colonizer in order to effectively communicate and have the fight for indigenous. By itself, we have suffered in our skin the fact of having a linguistic diversity. Most of us to really have access to written literature in the national language in order for us to have conditions to fight for our rights. But we also have to be clear that we need to have a public policy, and then public policy in fact, because if we're going to wait for the market, this would not happen, of course. A society that is moved by the profit will not be interested if 15,000 Munduruku, that is is the name of my people, Mundurukus, if 15,000 Mundurukus won't have resources to buy written books in Munduruku language. No one's going to read. The market is not very interested for this. One of the works that we have held, including to put the Brazilian society in contact, is to publish in the editorial market, publishing market, bilingual books. So it's important to hear through QR code, or we have to listen to narrative of a story in traditional languages. And that's why indigenous schools have to receive material in their own language, because people have to be literally in their own languages in order not to lose this. And at the same time that you hear also Portuguese, some of these other narratives that are rich. I always fought a lot since the first Lula government. I always suggested to have more publications and classics, because the classics could be translated into indigenous language, mainly to the most important ones. I think you have more speakers and more readers. It's important to have a universal classic in Munduruku language or Latin America. For us, besides learning how to speak in your own language and write in your own language, you can also have access to books in your own language, because this will reinforce the maintenance of the language. So it has to be a project of state. It has to be a public policies consistent. But we always see the difficulty of the governments to forbid this kind of project, because they're very small. They're very small. And a population with 15,000 people, none of them are readers. They're not all literate in the Munduruku language. It demands a pedagogical proposal that ensures a valorization of this language. So we have to have governments committed with this. That is not how someone mentioned here, the lack of continuity of the public policies. Because the government comes and does something, and then the next government does not do it anymore. So we continue with this ping pong that is so common in the countries of Latin America as a whole. So we don't have a public policy that in fact has a beginning until we're able to have a committed society with your identity, because that's what literature, indigenous literature, proposes to offer a citizenship democracy that goes beyond this idea on what is to be democracy. I think the indigenous population have a management of policies that can reinforce the idea of autonomy and of belonging or nationalism. In fact, a nationalism that is pride for the identity that we build, and so that we feel in our. It's not easy. It's an easy answer, and there are other ways to be tried at least, and surely cultural diversity in the world and Latin America. Thanks for this. Thank you to all of you. Thank you very much. Do you want to say something else? We have 1 minute? Just one. I would like to just mention in this panel that speaks about the right to words, asking one word that will help us to reaffirm the right in the context that we have spoken. And to you, Daniel, we'll request you that this word be in Munduruku, please. And you, Eliana, whatever you want. I won't speak anything else. Thank you. Just one word. Munduruku, we have a word that is used as a kind of shout, to call the attention to people for people not to give up. It's a war shout, a war cry for people to continue ahead, a hope cry, or people that go to fight and don't give up. And this Saue. That's Saue. Saue. That's, let's go ahead. Let's not give up. Let's continue. Saue. That's it. Great. Mine is solidarity. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go with Sawe and solidarity together. They're great. Please, thank you very much. Please be here for to have a photo. And now we go for lunch, and we'll be back at 2 p.m. Thank you very much. Good lunch. in the public agenda. The panelists are Margarita Cojar Barona, please. Director of the National Center for Fostering Books in Latin America and Caribbean, SELASC, UNESCO, intergovernmental organization to promote reading and writing. Also invite Rafael Calu, kindly come to the stage, General Director of Culture of Ibero-Americano for Science and Culture, political scientist. He was member of a Canadian Office for Educational Matters from the United States. Also invite in this field of study, public policies. And the third one is development. Which development we're speaking of, and what elements of the development we highlight when we are dealing with the subjects of reading, writing, orality, and the book. So, talking about the subject that I could mention here as to provoke the debate for the words that surely will talk about this is a very important field of public policy that is jointly linked to notions of democracy and diversity. The title of our events here is this. It has itself a discussion about the subject among countries. It has also the necessary discussion of democracy and the elements to ensure the democratic access to reading, writing, orality, and the book. It has some important points that are specific, some important points that are also specific that provokes us to be discussing the subject. It's a sector of the economy that generates jobs, that has an economical impact also quite huge, but it's an area of life, a field of life that has a symbolic element quite important of expression of our cultures, and to be here with other countries necessarily embeds us in this place to consider the culture of others and to look at your own culture based on dialogue that are very important elements in the symbolic field. And also citizenship also has to be considered. There are three great areas that we consider: the concept of culture, reading has a role of capacity building, critical citizens, to bring critical awareness. Yesterday we had a meeting with the countries of CELAC, and we really discussed very deeply this aspect of citizenship and the need to have a critical conscience that the writing and reading gives us. We have some specificities in this subject that also are interesting to be commented. There are flows and processes that are specific to book themselves. So these are elements that are very specific in this field. Regarding cooperation, it seems to me that there's an element that's quite strong for regional integration, and that this subject holds. The policies hold also the people. It is necessary also to talk about the strengthening of the institutions, the building of capacities, and for this cooperation and in practice working a lot to strengthen the capacities. And perhaps a key element for the discussion is how can we improve all the cooperation tools that we have. Do we have the tools that comply with our requirements? That's a question. And lastly, the third point is development. Development. First, reading and writing having themselves this perspective as the centrality of culture for the building of a citizen, also for the centrality of development, the whole and human development of the human being and the society. So how can we in this field cooperate in order to reach human and sustainable development? Which are the elements that we can highlight in this field? So, lastly, I won't go into theoretical details. I think we came here to hear our panelists, but I want to mention some points to be thought about sustainable development. Nowadays has an increased concept, and the defense that we give to it is how this fourth pillar of sustainable development as a whole element of sustainability, not only social, economical, and environmental, but also cultural. And how can we work in our processes? How can we work instruments and possibilities of access to sources of funding that are long-lasting and will allow us also a sustainability with another concept of sustainability during a period of time for our processes and our policies. I understand that the institutes that are here represented are institutions that work with this perspective of building capacities, of building integration, to reinforce integration, and also to promote oxygenation between public policies of the countries with which we work. So I think this is very important. So I would like to ask a question. How cooperation in Ibero-America and CLPP can strengthen the international participation of our region and also the participation of each country individually? Can we already identify some impacts? We spoke yesterday a little bit about this. This movement of integration, dialogue, discussion within the Ibero-American space, within the space of CLP, it strengthens us as countries, it strengthens our public policies, and it gives a differential to the region in its dialogue with the world. Today we're going through a very special moment of our history, and the crisis, intense crisis, and very frequent crisis, and to dialogue, to build, cooperate all the countries of the region will strengthen us in this process and will strengthen democracy and will allow us then, who knows, to face some challenges, the great challenge that we have today. So it's a general perspective I would like to bring to the table for your comments, and I pass the floor directly to our panelists. I will start with Serlac, Margarita Coelho, Director of CELARC, Professor, Researcher, and also Publisher and author of books. So I think there is a very important perspective to talk about. We want to hear you, and I pass the floor for your first comments. We will have a round of 8 minutes each person, each panelist, and then we come back for some comments and Q&A. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think I will answer because surely I was thinking this morning what was spoken. And why do we want data if we don't do anything with data? Why do we want to assess if we don't do anything with the assessments? And also, we're talking about reality, the languages, and I'm going to try to answer from this point. I think this meeting, Redplanes, is a space for cooperation where we consider the people that are here to find a solution for reading. And it's important to listen to others and they continue without finding a solution or without participating. And I feel, for example, that we have a great depth with the peoples and the languages. So I would like to talk about my ideas regarding the conversation we had this morning. We talked about orality, and it has a secondary role regarding reading, because reading, we know it's a right. It's a right that allows the exercise of your rights, a right that you have complete citizenship participation. And we consider orality as a second place. But also, it's a cultural issue that we have to value itself, not because it allows or possibilitate, but itself, it transports a culture and some ancestral histories that have been shared. A Colombian poet, that is Hugo Ramón, used to say, and I'm not going to mention it correctly, but they used to call me illiterate, and they cannot read the river, the moon, and the stars as I can read them. The same reading of the world that allows an approach to nature, an approach to diversity, biological diversity that we lost in the measure that we became Western. It's a lovely reading because we understand there's a loss. And I think how we collect the languages and we haven't given it its specific value. We have this step because if we think that languages in Portuguese and Spanish language also are right with the evangelization, we also think that is a transculturalization, it's an imposition of a culture that wasn't ours and that we have adopted as a more important language. So I think the main thing of this space is to think, although to think about the public policies, and if we haven't thought about this in a context, a Latin American context. By coincidence, I went to a restaurant here in Little Africa, and we had Palace Publisher and was surprised to see the amount of writers of Afro-Brazilian literature that exists. So I think I graduated Afrofeminism in North America one. Silver Collins, all the Lord, and we haven't read sufficiently regarding Afro-Brazilian feminists because we only read because the books don't circulate so much from one country to the other or one region to the other. So regarding the gaps and regarding the population that we continue being beside and we continue marginalizing, because we to have a dialogue, inter-regional, intercultural dialogue that will allow a better comprehension of the importance of this exercise. Okay. Thank you, dear Margarita. I think that the focus, I think I would like to retake something that we were commenting yesterday in the meeting of the council, and a little bit, CIRLAC has more than 50 years of uninterrupted work. We have to consider this in different moments and historical context. And a little bit allow me to provoke, when we used to think that we had the answer, they changed the questions. And evidently, we are in a moment where, yes, we do have mechanisms of cooperation, integration work that, regarding the subject that we are called for now, the ones that have the guide is CIRLAC. And the work that we have to do with the other bodies is to complement the work and to strengthen and the guide that the countries have always deposited in absolute trust in our center, because the ones that are controlling this are the countries, and to build the answers with the new questions that are being formulated. Although the cooperation is not in the best moments because there is a clear lack of international resources to cooperation and new priorities that have been identified by the great blocs, there is a reordering finally of cooperation. But what we're talking about specifically, that it's this cooperation regarding writing, reading, and book. Yesterday I mentioned, I think it would be interesting to mention, is the permanent invitation for the states to think the role of the state regarding this. I'm going to refer myself to democratic continuity from the 90s up to now, when we start having a democracy and an alternative to this in many countries of the region. And then we have Ibero-American. And regarding this, based on trust, we were able to have tangible and measurable results. And in this subject, we have never to do something that is not in line in what CIRLAC shows. We have our performance view, and we have also, in this specific, in the more complex agenda that we could have. If it's not complex, we wouldn't have an important thing that starts when most other countries had already passed through this curve of literacy and access to education, and the countries already started to talk about the quality of education, and they started to speak obviously, and to have infrastructure built on the territory, and on some way it was on the ongoing demand to access knowledge and disclosure of knowledge. And that's when we redimension the role of reading not only as an literacy process, but access to knowledge to strengthen citizenship. And for all this, it's important to have all this. We open very clearly a roadmap. I don't talk about Yaku Batemora, but I refer myself that in 2022 we continue to consider culture in its greatest interpretation after 40 years. And Yaku in Barcelona started in 1982 in Mexico. For those who don't know, we defined the new definition of culture that has the anthropological vision of culture. So we continue doing this, and that's where I want to end. The role that is important for this agenda and for this region in this context. Very clearly the agendas that today we're dealing to align all the bodies through the light that is showing itself, like they have a perfect dialogue with the wishes of this civilizatory process that is in the framework of UNESCO. Evidently there's a aspirational framework, but there's another one of realities and possibilities. So we will have a moment of assessment to know exactly what moment we are and how we're complying. But there's a word that I would like you to, wherever you are, we can consider a daily thought. How can we add to this? Not how can we compete. We have to develop, we have to optimize agendas, but we have to be complementary. We have to and understand the little that I can do will contribute. And I think this is a role that we have to have in this rationale of cooperation in this context where we're in. Thank you, Henrique. Thank you, Margarita. Very important comments. I think we can continue having a dialogue, but I would like to highlight a little bit this role of complementarity. It has to do with the multidimensionality of culture and cooperation and the process of culture. I think to me that leaves this very clear. Very interesting, your comments. I will pass now to Rafael Kalu, that is the culture director of OEI. Without further ado, Rafael has also been director of OEI in Brazil and also in charge of this space. And during his passage on OEI in Brazil, now he is at the head of OEI Culture Dimension. Rafael. We're talking about everything in the corridors nowadays, practically everything that we're doing in projects, programs, initiatives in the cultural field. In OEI, we're doing this based on coalition processes, thinking about the complementarity, thinking about capacities, specificities, missions, and working places for each other, bodies and entities, and also the good practices that we have based on the Ibero-American governments as fundamental elements to generate inputs and capacity for what we propose to do based on a working strategy of OEI. OEI is a governmental body and a part of the priorities, the strategies and objectives in a pluriannual plan that is approved by both parties, and part of this process we establish then all the actions, the strategic lines for working, and nowadays to be very illustrative in the field of working lines of complementarity and a priority mechanism is truly solid, and that flow in cooperation we have in the books area and publishers area. We have for a long time a renewed based on a subscription on our agreement between CERLAC and OEI, where we established different working lines. But something I think is very interesting to mention, that is a research that has been developed and the updates and this number of programs have been developed by CERLAC on the free reading plans for regional approach, with an important focus that it brings the orality element as an element observation and analysis in the strategies for working in the public policies guided for this subject.
On the other side, there is an important focus about how the gender policies are guided inside the public policies of book and reading in the region. And equally important is how the scope about the multi-language in the region is considered. We expect to be able to announce briefly the final results of this process and this survey, but we also will have an opportunity to bring also some preliminary results based on this work that is structured with the researchers from CERLAC and also from OEI that are in this initiative. But this is not limited to this cooperation. We have others. Having, for example, this meeting, this is due to a very intensive cooperation with CERLAC that we have, that generated this new meeting, the 9th meeting of the Redplanes, and this is an initiative that involves the local sphere in the city municipality of Rio de Janeiro, and of course from the Ministry of Education and Culture of Brazil. Yesterday in the meeting of the Council of CERLAC, the Secretary Piuba from the Ministry of Culture in Brazil mentioned Paulo Freire, saying that we learn to read to be able to write our story. And perhaps this gives the sense of the importance and the relevance that this topic has as a material that it should be priority to guide our efforts, because at the end of the day we understand that that culture is a fundamental right, and this is in the scope of the cultural letter of Ibero-America countries, and we will celebrate in the next year 20 years of existence based on the summit of Montevideo in 2006, establishing the principles and the scope of work in the culture of the region with the focus and priorities. And inside this, it established that culture is a right. It's not entertainment or something that is not necessary. It's a right. And in the cultural right, the right to the book and to the reading are elements that are even more important considering the cultural right in its full scope. So in the fundamental rights, for those that work with fundamental rights, and the philosophical and systematic point in this type of study, there is also a debate that is very intensive about, among the fundamental rights, what are the ones that are priority or even more important considering our understanding. So the right of reading is placed on this base that is an element that is necessary for the completion of the other cultural rights that are linked to this. We have with UNESCO, CEGIB, with the Ibero-American governments, different lines of work of cooperation. As Henrique was saying, we had the Ibero-American Conference of Ministries of Culture that was held in the last September 28, that established a set of projects and programs linked to the cultural space Ibero-American, establishing also inside this context the contribution of different institutions benefiting these causes. And in the scope of OEI, we are trying to develop, and also as a reflex of what is inside the statement of the Ibero-American Conference signed 3 weeks ago. So the Ibero-American Network of Cultural and Artists Education, I think it's very symbolic, this topic, because when we talk about book reading, writing, and orality, this is a cross topic, and this is not exclusive from a single ministry. So this has to do with education ministry, culture ministry, besides other ministries that are supporting this. And in this case, this brings the importance to develop the intersectoriality as a part of work strategy guided by this topic. For example, and this was a reflex of the World Conference about cultural education that happened in February 24 in Abu Dhabi, where we participated with the side events and the debates that were done there. So more and more we should think about mechanisms to empower education and cultural actions as part of a single public policy articulated. I think that different initiatives and good practices are done in the region, and we are trying to, inside this Ibero-American network of artists, art and culture that was established as part of the Ibero-American Conference from OEI, that will coordinate together with the countries of the region, and adding efforts our colleagues from the Ibero-American system and the international cooperation with the contribution of UNESCO, CERLAC, CEGIB, and the countries and cultural ministries of the countries in the region. We will try to more and more empower the public policies of culture and education as a strategy that is coordinating, trying to accomplish truly the purposes. Because at the end of the day, the cooperation, if it's not materialized, it will become a letter of principles. And what we are trying is to establish the principles, and they must be very clear as an assumption, basic assumption established that we need to consider. But for sure, this should be reversed into tangible results benefiting the region and the people. That's why, as an organization, we exist, and the cooperation is our strategy of work, our raw material as a source of everything that we do. So I would like, I brought an overview. I would like to have more another opportunity to deep a little bit more this topic. Thank you, Rafael. It's very important to listen to your reflections. This reflection about culture as a right, and the right for reading as an access that is fundamental for having this right. I think this is something that is very clear currently, and that's why it's so important to be here around this topic. I will pass the floor to Mr. Alexander Light, that is the director and representative of the regional office for Central America, Mexico, and Colombia. He has a huge experience on the field of culture and the sustainable development, and the literature as well as a graduation area. So I would like you, please, to say how UNESCO is seeing, strategically speaking, this topic inside your mandate, and how the office that you represent is positioning regarding that. We understand that CERLAC is a center of category linked to UNESCO, but the regional office of UNESCO, I understand that there is a different mandate. So I would like you to explain us a little bit your reflections. Thank you very much for mentioning different processes that we have that we can work with, and it's very important also to mention the complementarity, because it seems that the process and there are processes and platforms for collaboration, and it's very important to consider this to pass from theory to action as a complementary way. So I would like to add this comment, and I would like to take the opportunity of this moment, this space, to explain our perspective, the perspective from UNESCO regarding what we work, the reading, literature, the book, the orality, because to have a good complementarity and a good planning, joint planning, it's very important to have clear about the clarity about the principles in a very sensitive way. It seems to be important, and for us, we have 2 points. The first one, talking about that we have the focus on the right. The first focus is the person and the right of the person, the culture, the reading, orality also as a right of the person. This really is before talking about any tool of the culture for our other fields. I would like to highlight that, and it's always the first step, the first principle, because the empowerment of the person depends on knowing how to read, to write, and to communicate, and it opens for the individual the citizenship and also the access to the labor market, but also in a more philosophical way we must consider a full life, because the reading supports us to relate ourselves with ourselves, with other people. So George said something like, is to read is to think with the mind of the other person. So this shows that book is as a tool for the empathy, to have empathy with other people. So it's important to have the focus on everyone can have access. And the second is we gain a lot of visibility lastly in other spaces is the contribution, and with the focus of the tools and the contribution that the culture does in other fields of sustainable development. So the social condition as a more obvious field, but also some environmental topics, also to fight against the climate change as a reflection, considering reading with the knowledge. This is obviously something that is key for the society. So the inclusion, the inclusive economies and sustainable as well, because a lot of good practices of inclusive economies come from this cultural sector, this sector from the creative economy. So this is the second point for us in the work promoting reading, literature, and about books. And to promote this and to implement this, obviously we make available to the region, and we are available for the complementarity of the different mechanisms that exist at UNESCO. Mechanisms on one side are initiatives more regarding advocacy in the World Book Capital, for example, the visibility of the World Day of the Book and the author in April, and also obviously the different conventions from UNESCO, and also the convention of the cultural expressions that I mentioned that is complementary. And this year really we have a mechanism agreed between the member states, and there is a lot of debate ongoing to code the cultural product, the cultural expression also has an economical value and also an economical role, but it's much more than this. The identity, this is something that really should be protected, and all the states have the duty to defend through different mechanisms that exist or that should exist. Mm, This is more than the economical role that it has. So there are different processes, but I could mention as an example as our contribution, but I would like at least to highlight these points. And also, as the colleagues already mentioned, in Latin America we have different processes that work very well, and obviously we are very happy to have CERLAC. With CERLAC we can have this trajectory in Latin America, and I would highlight that the thing is not to create new spaces or processes, but to empower and to fund the spaces that we have.
We forgot to focus on people. I think at the beginning of your words brings this element that is something fundamental, that is our cooperation also about this focus on people. It gives us a great differential when you talk about inclusive economies. That's entirely connected to this notion that we work for people to live better and are able to live together much better. I think Margarita wants to react. Yes, of course, when we're talking about a table, many ideas come to our mind, and this is a dialogue. Dialogue is to have conversation. I thank my companions. The recognition to the center is a privilege. There is a center about reading books and orality libraries, and because what I try to express is that CELAC may understand or understands or works on the basis of reading as a right, but also if we continue reproducing hegemonic racist, classist, and sexist atmosphere, we will create a speech that we were not able to change. So we're talking about inclusion of language, diversity, and so on. So it's a space that we have a center that dedicates to think about this subject. And cooperation we have with the countries that dialogue is the only possibility of learning from others. And here's democracy, nothing less than democracy when a country has a single hegemonic speech of a white person. We have to answer. So it's a democratic space for diversity, and that's why a forum is important, to be a forum where we talk about diversity, linguistic, cultural, racial. So listening to my colleagues and also recognizing, I think CELAC has this and contributes to the region. Well, I would add that it's difficult to add something after this strong statement that I'm in total agreement. That's what we're talking about. This at the end is what matters. And retaking what we mentioned, colleague Caju, regarding the cultural charter Ibero-American, it's a response of the Ibero-American region to the Convention 2005. So, not because we didn't believe of it, because the group of Ibero-American countries were very active in the approval and negotiation of the Convention 2005. Mexico was at the head of General Conference at the time. How does the region react? Making a reaffirmation of principles and values, imposing in a way guidelines where we can develop in this context of diversity and affirmation of a democratic requirement, not yet consolidated, but a legitimate aspiration to a democracy that is not complete yet. We have to underline this because we are a very unequal region in the world, and we have to understand this. It has to be very clear. We're talking about literacy processes, and nowadays we're facing, that's why it's important to update the cultural charter and have complementary tools and specification of each of the bodies and align agendas, because we are with a new reality, first of all, of new social explosions based on the new alphabets that we have. Nowadays, if you don't have skills in digitalization, you're being excluded from a competitive world. But it doesn't mean that all the citizenship has to have equality of access, but not specifically in the development of the digital capacities. I don't have to be a programmer or a video game player. We have to acquire all these skills that allow you to compete in a world where we are opening new gaps of inequality. When we believe that we were on a path, that we were investing publicly, very important and sustainable. Yesterday we were talking about the capacity that we have had in this region of the world of generating infrastructure in the librarian system. It's incredible. It's a reality that is lacking a lot, but we're here trying to invent something in order to reconvert these spaces, in order to continue providing services and maintaining the link with the environment, with the territories, with this population, in order to, because no societies are static, and it's changing in such a way, with such a speed, because effectively it's exactly where we're going. The subject of AI nowadays is spoken in all the tables, and that today that we are, I think I'm talking about myself, trying to understand the phenomena. I'm sure that when I understand what this means, it will change. What we're talking about now and will continue changing, and we will continue feeding the monster, because it's a monster when everybody knows it exists, but no one sees it. No one is able to give it a face to this monster. What we have to do also at the same time is to feed this monster in a very responsible way, because monsters are not thinking in Spanish or in Portuguese. There's a new hegemony in English that basically that is dictating this new way of procedures and integration, because at the end, so there is a very severe problem that we have. That doesn't mean that we're not thinking, that the experts aren't working, but I repeat, there's a number of new challenges, some of them very identified, some with a certain approach, but at the end what we need to have in order to face all these challenges is society with a critical thinking, with the capacity of remembering that they have free will, because at the end it seems that we don't have this. We are like automats, like robots. We have something that is a great difference than the free will, and the educational system has to bet for truly be part of this. And I think so this is what has been spoken is fundamental. This new dialogue that I think shouldn't have been interrupted between culture and education, but today it's necessary more than ever, because the challenges that we are starting to be invaded, but we will remain as mere reproductors of something without critical thinking, without innovative capacity, and consuming what others finally are dictating. And this kind of consumption includes also, because the consumption, the habits of cultural consumption, of reading habits, we used to say in Venezuela, the bibliodiversity in hands of whom? In who has the publishers nowadays? And in hands of who is the algorithm? That's a question for all of you. I think there's some questions. I think the two were very. I would like to request Rafael Schultz give his comments based on this perspective. Margarita brings a very important provocation about the perspective, critical perspective, decolonial that we must have regarding how to cooperate and how to relate yourself among them. And I understand that this is a reflection that's being done in Sirlaki here in this debate also. So I think this is a fundamental element, and Enrique brings the challenge of current times that put us in the requirement to have new cooperation models, new ways of interacting. And I would like to pass on the floor to Rafael, requesting to be reflect about this, and also in the sense of how can we strengthen our cooperation based on this perspective. Right? One seems very curious for me, talking about AI, and they were feeding a monster, and it's very interesting. We talk about in the culture, we have an element in the culture that's very important. They are the ones associated to the rights of author and neighboring rights and personality rights that are fundamental of all the productive chain related to the industry of literature and books, but also the culture in a very broad approach. And nowadays the countries that have the infrastructure to be able to generate good engines of learning that foster all the AI are very few, and are viewed with their very own traits of small oligopolies that are
the neighboring and author rights as part of the culture in at least 2 centuries. And today, these countries that try in a certain way to flexibilize these rights and considering their own interest on their own countries in this new situation. So when Henrique used to say that we learn the answers, and when the answers change, I would say that in this case, this is something very illustrative, that the countries that mobilize legal framework in a benefit of the defending the rights of the authors and the neighboring rights, today in a certain way they are trying to flexibilize this in a certain conjuncture. Of course, innovation exists, it should exist, but what we cannot have is to allow the processes of innovation to develop the rights, considering a trajectory that it's being based on a lot of debates and fights as part of this process. I think that considering the cooperation, this stimulates and brings an emergency to the debate to think about what is the means and the guarantees can be places to be available to boost the debates, that can consolidate a regulation mechanism that can consider the complexities that are established, and on the other side also to more and more be able to facilitate in the multilateral environment, so that this regulation environments can have an accountability in order not to become a regulatory mechanism without any type of effects. On the other side, what Margarita mentioned, it seems to be very important. Here at this museum, we had an exhibition, I think 2 years ago, that was a defect of color from Ana Maria Gonçalves. It's inspired in real elements inside the Brazilian story. In this space of the Little Africa received more than 4 million people, slaved people, in less than 2 centuries. And this has an important reflex of what the slavery process meant in Brazil. The largest port of slaves in the world, that was this one in the city of Rio. And how this memory is not still a memory with a lot of evidences, in part because there was a state process of erasing this. Brazil was one of the last countries to have the abolition of slavery by the end of the 19th century. With the abolition of slavery, also that was the incineration of all the registers linked to people that were slaved. So there were no conditions, and consider a narrative at that time, that you couldn't generate a mechanism that the owner of the slaves could have a mechanism to have compensation for the law that was enforced. So being an official or non-official narrative, in fact, we don't have a lot of documents. So I think it's very important to have this space from this museum, to have the right for this historical memory. And it is a historical memory that is, although we have a small documentation due to this type of process, this is a story that is very rich and valuable, with a lot of fights of people that were part of this process, contributing so that we can have more and more a society with this inclusive society, diverse, and that more and more can be part of the work strategy. In this at OEI, we value this a lot as a strategy of action. Well, this conversation, it will go far, and I'm being called here that we have a short time, so I would like to have a last round for our representative from UNESCO. I think that UNESCO has an important role in this context that it's been mentioned here, and also being a stage of a lot of important geopolitical disputes. I would like to hear the UNESCO's perspective, that what is being discussed here. And I don't know if we will have time for some questions afterwards. No? Okay. So our last round, I think time's up and we will need to end just after his speech. So I agree with what was mentioned here regarding inclusion, visibilization, and the historical injustices in artificial intelligence. So I'm totally in agreement with that. And also considering the answers, the topic of artificial intelligence, we have this the discussion about the ethics on artificial intelligence was discussed by UNESCO, with the principle that artificial intelligence should be should have people in the center, and not that people should serve, but they should be served. So I would like to bring an additional point, and I think that is important. Considering reading the book, there is something very sensitive that I think that we haven't thought the answer. I was thinking about this during the morning, and the change of habits of reading of the young and the youth. But I think that there is a a, a point here, because we may have a lot of debates about policies of reading, very sophisticated, very inclusive, and guided to some technologies, but if at the end, if the children are not reading, it's going to be useless. And this scared me a lot. And this is something that I think that we still don't have an answer very clear. I have a daughter with 11 years old. So far, it's working. She doesn't have a cell phone. And I try to keep this up to I will try to keep this up to 16 years old, but she's an exception in her class. We changed her school because before she was the only one at school that had a book that used to read. And when we asked it to a meeting with the director, and the director of the school said that there was no library at school because she said, oh no, they are not reading, so we don't have a library. And then we changed the school of our daughter. So it's important to say that this is a topic that requires a strong and urgent response. And it's important also to consider the alliance between culture and occupation, and we are working with some milestones and also the discourse that is being mentioned. I mentioned with some of you the educational system is something that it's very hard in some countries to join, but I think that the awareness and also consider that data is there. So once more, it's important to consider that there is a problem with that, and the sector of culture may be an ally for the educational sector to answer to that. So this is an answer, not the solution, but I think that the answer could go on this direction. But yes, it's a goal, and it seems to be very sensitive in this main goal, because if you don't read, and for the work of the book, what we were saying, to group the different and the information of the disparity of the assessments that we have in the reading. And this is very concerning, because in Argentina, those that read more, now they're reading less. So we must consider this in different angles. The women that are no longer reading, and why are we are not reading?
Entonces hay que pensarnos, digamos,
So we must think about this, because this close what we were talking about, considering the two sectors. Thank you. Our colleagues, we have a request for a question, but we will not open for questions. If you want, you can write the questions, and each speaker can try to answer afterwards. I would like to highlight the importance of this panel with these people here at this moment of the story. I think that we have here a set of organizations and that are represented, and that is perhaps doing and practice what we are proposing, the complementarity, and doing the dialogue and working in the complementary. That is, our dialogue here was built based on the provocations of each one of the people, but it seems to be a very rich dialogue that is not something that is trivial or something that is done with a frequency on this level of transparency. the critical spirit. I think that the organizations that are here, people that are here representing their organization, are also translating this spirit, the spirit of dialogue, complementarity, the critical vision about our acts and our cooperation. I'm very happy to be here to mediate this panel. I would like to thank the Secretary Fabiano Piuba, the Margarita also, that called me for this mediation. And for me, this is a special moment. I think that we are building something very important in this region. The world is seeing us. I think that this dialogue has a very important power, and this shows that we are open and available to move forward with a level of cohesion that will make us stronger. Thank you.
Enquanto temos o registro da foto oficial, sigamos.
So let's continue with the next panel for the politics and planning the host country to promote
Dando continuidade, convido para o próximo painel Político e Plano Nacional de Leitura do Brasil, Avanços e Desafios, que trará um panorama das importantes iniciativas que estão sendo empreendidas pelo país sede deste evento para promover a leitura e a escrita. Convido Jefferson Assunção, escritor, diretor de livros, leitura, literatura e biblioteca do ENG, pós-doutorado em Teoria e Literatura pela Universidade de Leão, Espanha. Por gentileza, Jefferson Assunção. Convido também Anita Stefani.
I call Anita, the graduated in International Affairs and Master in Public Policies by University of São Paulo. She was the coordinator of the International Cooperation of the Secretariat of International Affairs and Federal Affairs from the City Hall of São Paulo. Once more, Anita, welcome. And to coordinate this panel, Hernandez, expert and international advisor in library and reading. He has 25 years of experience, and he was a professor, and he teaches the course of literacy and the preparation of readers in Chile. She is the technical director in writing in CERLAC. She coordinates the Ibero-Americano network of policies and Redplanes. Please, Jamie, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here in this panel, in this conversation. And I would like to thank especially once more the Ministry of Culture and Fabiano Santos and all that we can work. Thank you for the opportunity to be here in this meeting in this country. And before passing the floor to our two guests on this panel, I would like to remember the words from the people that were in the previous topic that is concerning for the national plans of reading, and we are taking time on this text, and as part of this program, we must remember who is the acknowledgement considering reading as a factor for the social inclusion and the social development of the countries. Since this moment, we start the plans as a regional platform, considering this meeting as a space. Considering this moment, CERLAC identify Brazil as one of the countries that in the Ibero-American scenario have a role of leadership. As you know,
There are 9 reading plans that are included in the first study that CERLAC holds in 2005 that is called One Region for Readers. We have Brazil with its National Plan for Books and Reading as one of the countries that start to give important steps towards democratization and access to information, book reading, and afterwards, when CERLAC holds another study that is called A Region of Readers that grows in 2013. Once again, Brazil is shown as one of the countries, one of the most important. That we are here in Brazil because it's one of the countries that more efforts have gone through during this regional movement led by CERLAC and Redplanes in favor of public policies. And exactly, it's a country that allows us, and we wanted to hear accepting this invitation that was held by the Minister of Culture and Education, that you yourselves, as representatives of your countries, with your different beds and levels of development, you can see what is happening here. And besides that, what we're seeing in the dialogues that we have here, the opportunity of listening in live voice, Anita and Jefferson, to tell us what the countries are doing with this new national plan for reading and books. I think there's some important things that we have identified that have been permanent since the first generation of plans for reading, and now at the moment they're consolidated in the effort that this country has had, that I would like to highlight for fundamental things. With the focus to rights and the efforts to democratize access to vulnerable population, and all the process of dialogue and citizen participation that are generated in this country that have been constant, but at this moment they're one of the most important things, and most important things like this great process of consultation. You will hear in the voice of Anita and Jefferson the intersectorial work. That's why I love to be here. I think yesterday in CERLAC Council was very interesting because most of the speeches spoke about the importance of intersectorial work among the two first ministries that are culture and education, other sectors, because they say that we're working with the Ministry of Justice, Health, and Environment. So this we will see with more details tomorrow, that we'll talk about the third regional study that we have in CERLAC, and now it is added by OEI with the support of CAF. We will deepen ourselves in this, but you will see that once again we highlight the subject of participation of intersectoral work, democratization, and specifically diversity. Diversity in culture, in linguistic, as we're seeing it now. And I think there's some interesting advances that Jefferson, Anita, I would like to request you to please share with us. And without further ado, I introduce our guests in order to be able to pass the floor. Let's start with Jefferson, and then with Anita. Jefferson is a writer, has social science of Spain, and also philosophy. He has been in different positions. He was Subsecretary of State of Culture of Rio Grande do Sul and Municipal Secretary of Culture of Canoas. He's authored more than 20 books, and currently he is Director of Book, Reading, and Literature at the Ministry of Culture Brazil. He requested something very important at lunchtime, and although Brazil will not be at the head of the Council of CELAC, he wants to continue working very closely with CELAC, mainly with me. Okay. He promised to answer. Well, Anita, it's a great pleasure to be here with you and to have this interesting dialogue with the Ministry of Education. Also, thank you very much for everything that the Ministry has done for this to be, as we have seen up to now. Anita is graduated in International Relations and has a master course in Public Policies in the University of São Paulo. And she has been coordinator of international cooperation, international relationship, and director of municipal school. She has also been manager of agendas with priority in Institute Natura. She is director of support to education support of the Ministry of Education in Brazil. Jefferson, you have the floor for you to start this conversation. By them.
So I'm very happy to be here. The Ministry of Culture, Education, NITA, that is a colleague on the articulation of our plan, a plan that is born together, the Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Education, but that considers other ministries, the government, and the society. This is our slogan. Castilho Matos Neto was our executive secretary on the National Plan of Book, and we built this with the state and the society. So this is not a plan only from the government. It's not the plan from the Ministry of Culture or the Ministry of Education, but it's the state and the society in agreement for the reading. So this is about a very special planning, because it's a planning that at the same time is an agreement for the development of the book, the reading in Brazil. Let's present a video, please. I think that we need to
Estado e sociedade juntos construindo um país de leitores e leitoras. Mas afinal, o que é o PNLL? É o conjunto de políticas, programas e ações que fortalece a leitura, a escrita e o acesso ao livro em todo o país. Na prática, significa novas bibliotecas, distribuição de acervos, mediação de leitura, livros mais acessíveis e apoio à economia do livro. Tudo para colocar o livro no centro da vida brasileira, nas escolas, nas famílias, nas comunidades. O texto foi construído com muito diálogo. Foram mais de 1.600 contribuições da sociedade civil, seminário em todas as regiões do país e diálogos em conferências, audiências e colegiados. O novo PNLL se integra ao Plano Nacional de Cultura e ao Plano Nacional de Educação e traz uma novidade muito importante. A escrita passa a ser reconhecida como uma dimensão estratégica. O PNLL 2025-2035 é uma política estruturante que reafirma o compromisso do governo Lula com a democratização da leitura, da escrita e do acesso ao livro. Vamos celebrar esse Brasil leitor, que vem o novo PNLL. O novo Plano Nacional do Livro e Leitura...
Muito bem.
Very good. Well, this video was done by the communication department that is also here with us and supported us. And it brings this idea of integration between culture and education, and it brings also this perspective that I think that it's what we are trying to do today in the national plan of a book and culture, that is an update, an F5. That means to preserve what we have as ways that are important, that are consolidated. So we kept the guidelines, principles in our plan from 2006. We kept the axis of the plan from 2006. That, just to give an overview, the axis, the graduation, communication, and economy of the book. These four axes, we kept what we consider as the quick wins of the national plan of reading and books. But we improve it because, different from the first plan, we have goals and objectives that were built between the ministries of culture and education with the society. That is very important on the planning, on a participative planning. And also this participative plan is inside the law 13. That is the law of reading and writing that says that we must have this plan done in a participative way with the society. So we have, in all the regions of the country, we had advisors, and among them we have José Castilho and others that listen the national entities of the book, the reading and literature, and also we brought new agents of this literary system in Brazil that is in a constant transformation. We have an important transformation in the literary system in Brazil. It's no longer the same thing that was since the beginning in 2006, and then we renewed over time. We are living important transformations, cultural transformations, technological transformations. These are transformations on the emergency of new political subjects and cultural as well. We have the expression of the peripheries as centers, not only as something that is distant from the cultural life from our country. And this makes us to have the need to consider more and more the territories from Brazil. So this listening is fundamental so that we can have from these places the contributions for the plan. And then we break a verticality, and we break this issue with the state, because we have the policies that are implemented. So it's a fundamental way of building cultural policy, in this case the policy of book and reading, with these contributions that came from the society. So this places on the axis that we kept. Also, we had an update that is important from the point of view of the diagnosis that is fundamental for the building of a plan. You must see the reality, try to have the maximum of information, and try to have vias of overcoming the diagnosis that we identify. And on this diagnosis that we did collectively, the diagnosis, as I mentioned, also discussed it with the Council of the National Plan of Book and Reading, a council that integrates the creative, productive distribution and libraries. And with that, we had some points that, in our understanding, are very important. One of them is the transformations that we have from the point of view of the book, the transformations that we have on the reading, and the literature as well, in the sense that in the Ministry of Culture, it was mentioned here by Bruno Mello, we work with this idea 20 years ago of culture in three dimensions. The culture is economy, culture is citizenship, and culture is symbolic value. And this is translated for us in three L's. The L of book in Portuguese, that is the economy. The L of reading in Portuguese is citizenship. And the L of literature is the symbolic value, aesthetic value, and creative value. We can notice that in the three L's, considering the Brazilian materialization of the supports of the art, first it reached music, then cinema, but also we should consider the transformation of the supports from art, also the transformations and possibilities that beyond the challenges we have possibilities, and also considering the cultural diversity in Brazil. And this is something that we have been noticing more and more, how the clubs of reading were built in the internet with social networks, the use of technologies also for reading of books, the solidarity reading and the collective reading, the shared reading that also happened on this relation with this new digital environment. So it's not having the digital or the analogical. In fact, it's an articulation of network, a culture of network that generates also the reading of books, the debates about books. And last years we saw a lot of new voices, voices that are fundamental to have this perspective from a plural Brazil that needs more and more to be seen on its diversity. And this is translated from the point of view of the economy. In one aspect, we have a lot of aspects, but there is something that we have been noticing very strongly, that is the increase of the literary events in Brazil. This is very important. We thinking that 70 years we have the Porto Alegre Fair, the Bienal fairs in São Paulo and Rio that happened for a long time, and 30 years in Recife also that ended this week, but the first Bienal in Pantanal. But besides that, we have a new generation. There are the literary parties, so the popular party and the book, and this is something that was spread. For example, in Bahia, in this moment we have more than 100 literary parties. This is very important because this will move the economy as well in another perspective, combining this relation between the book and the cities from the countryside in these literary parties. Well, I will end here and will return soon. Okay, thank you. Well, pass the floor, Anita, for some questions. Good afternoon, everyone. Once more, I would like to thank for the invitation. I have a presentation. Can you please help me with the device to pass through the slides? I will bring the perspective from the aspect of education, the formal aspect that we should consider in the scope of the education ministry and the scope of the schools we have been building with the Ministry of Culture in the perspective of the national plan of book and reading. The education ministry talked about the importance of the intersectoriality. It's not appearing on the screen so far. Well, Considering the aspect of the role of education, we sometimes say that the Ministry of Education is the rich part of the cultural ministry, because in Brazil we have the privilege and also an important challenge where we have a minimal percentage of investment of the budget on education. So since the constitution from 1988, as a federal government, we need to apply at least 18% of the revenue on education in Brazil, and the states and municipalities at least 25%. So it's really a volume of resources that is high for education in Brazil. That's not enough because we still have a lot of challenges, but those that work with education and culture is that we cannot say, first I will do one thing, then I will do the other thing. First I will resolve the literacy, and then I will incentivize the graduation of critical readers. No, we should do everything at the same time together. I said that our challenge of scale that it's here, we are in different scales. The challenges are very similar, but in terms of volume, this impacts a lot when we have any type of investment. It's always in a big scales, 47 million students, more than 2.3 million of professors, teachers in the basic education from 0 to 17 years old, and more than 178,000 schools, and the majority of this is from the public regime, so the education for free universal. Centrality. We have the federation, and this makes more complex our work, but at the same time the managers of education and the cultural of the policies in the mandatory. And here I brought some of the programs with this idea of culture, learning, focused on the development of the skills of reading and writing that the Ministry of Education is leading in a partnership of the Cultural Ministry as well. Some of the examples that are inside the National Plan of Book and Reading. In terms of volume, we have a national program of the didactic book, and it has more than 80 years in Brazil. So this is something that supports us to get the assumptions of the book for many students and the professors. We know that this is a reference. We have some representatives from the world to understand the logistics. Not enough. Doesn't mean that it can be used by the agents at the schools. So our role is, besides ensuring this material with diversity in the schools, to have the teachers able to use them, to have the students with interest, with availability, so that this can be materialized into reading, development of the creative capacity, the literary production that is more and more represented in our country. That's why, in terms of resources for this program, I'm mentioning one of those that was mentioned in the previous slide. In this year, 2025-26, only about literary books, it's going to be distributed 34 million of copies for the schools and for the public and community libraries since last year. In total, the total of the literary part, I'm not talking about the didactic part, the teaching books, I'm talking about millions of reais. It's not the educational ministry. They open a bid every year according to the stages. The editorial market register the works. It passes through a pedagogical evaluation, assessment, and those that are approved are available for the choice of the schools. So those that receive this, because we have a lot of published component view of the social participation and autonomy, what it made sense inside that CV or that school project. Here, some other numbers. Since 25, we distributed for the the schools. I was talking to Nadia. We want to show that this is a very important investment because there are a lot of public libraries that are closing. We suffer the process of closing the libraries in Brazil, and due to the lack of renewal of the collection, to have a more than updated collection that can bring this reader to be delighted for the diversity and the cultural diversity that has been appearing over the last years. We must incentivize that. An experience that we can share that was a recent bid that we launched to bring the literary works thinking on the perspective of equity. So we incentivized the production of books focusing on the topic of human rights, of ethical, racist topics, inclusive education, but also the authorship, so that the authors that are inside the communities, the indigenous and quilombolas communities, the bilingual community of deaf, could be the author of the literary books that could be bought by the federal government and distributed at school. So also there is an induction for cultural production that the federal government is investing. Here are some of the numbers. Always that we open a bid, we receive literary bids, we receive at least 1,000 works to analyze every year. This analysis happen. There is a point that it's important to have a capacity of the publishing companies. Sometimes we receive criticism of small publishing companies due to the logistics and the distribution of this program. Sometimes we cannot have all the conditions. They cannot meet all the conditions, but we are working to ensure more and more to work with the small publishing companies so that they can participate on these opportunities as well. And lastly, Jefferson will bring more details, but this is only regarding the program with more resources from the education ministry that is linked to reading, writing, and book. The team, we are about to have a new national plan of book and reading up to the end of the year. It will be signed by President Lula with important goals up to the next 10 years. This was a learning of having quantitative and measurable goals so that the society as a whole can feel responsible for and can ask the results from the stakeholders. And we have the word Viva Leitura. Recently we retook this, and up to the end of the year we will award some success cases from the society, from schools and public libraries, but from the society, the civil society, that by their own they are developing good practices, incentivizing the reading, and this is important because, as Jefferson mentioned, this equipment that today is an obligation at school, but not all schools have a library. So it was mentioned the attention here with very assertive but and controversial. It was against some interest. That was to forbid the use of cell phone at school. So in all public and private schools since January this year, it's forbidden more and more in Brazil. And also it was becoming a problem of mental health and learning also. So a learning problem. So After a short time of having this law enforced, we are receiving some reports that the number of use of library, of the collective spaces for socialization, the process of reading that were disregarded. So this is something that we also need to understand the movements of innovation and how to deal with this in order not to become an element towards the learning process, the focus, and opportunities of education in the school spaces that are very expensive and important for all of us. That's it. Thank you.
Que saben que la primera condición
It's evident that access, for democratic access, have to have access to books in every spaces, and this is incredible, the numbers that you've shown, and the possibility to reaching libraries and classrooms. It's very important. I think Anita and Jefferson, in their lectures, they showed us that in this country we have a number of conditions that are very important for what is happening. The first of them has to do exactly with this solid institutionality that is being consolidated and reinforced more and more with the support and political will, and also a very long tradition of important voices that have signaled the path, not only in Brazil, but José Castillo, Emile José Suárez, and so on. So I think that there are conditions that are very important, and I would like to ask two questions for us to very specifically answer, one for Jefferson, and the final one for both of you. Jefferson, please tell us a little bit about the process. One of the traits of these policies of reading in Brazil, they're always planned and long term. 10 years, the plan, the previous plan. This new one, also 2025, 2035, which is very interesting for the development of the process that are being considered. But I would like to know which, from the previous national reading plan, where did you start from, and which are the main learnings of this previous process for this new national plan of book and reading? Well, I think that the great learning is that these three pillars in a public policy, that is planning, management, participation, and funding, these three things have to be together. So from a management point of view, the national plan for reading and book is fundamental for management, but it has to be done in a participative way, and we have advanced a lot during this period of time, and also due to the specific conditions, technological ones, that have allowed this greater participation. And then the funding program of books and include the national system of public libraries in the governmental procurement. I will introduce the general coordinator of culture by libraries, and Nadia and Marina, that's the coordinator of national system of public libraries, that do this work on the side of the culture ministry in connection with education ministry. So we have learned that this part of the funding and of the participation have been together in the funding, in the planning. And regarding the funding, we also had a great advance, that is national policy Aldir Blanc, and it's a way of funding entirely new for Brazil that distributes annually 1 billion reais for the states and all the municipalities of the country. So therefore, in the Ministry of Culture, we have tender for bids, leaflets to explain how to use this in order for these resources to reach the libraries. It's something we consider central in the application of these resources of PNAB, this National Aldir Blanc policy. And for reform of the libraries, but also purchase of collections, capacity building, and so on. And we sent this, as it is a complicated process, because Brazil is a federative republic. We have to have this federative pact, the federal government with state governments and municipal governments for the resources to reach the libraries with the literary events. This is happening in the whole country. We are having small publishers, many other voices that are published by this system of funding that today is fundamental. And for us, the national plan is exactly the charter, the project, the integrality of a policy of book and reading for the states and municipalities to use these mechanisms of funding, national policy of Aldir Blanc, Lei Rouanet, that is a law to incentivize the culture, and this connection with the Ministry of Education to hold this kind of program. Thank you, Jefferson. And then I would like to continue with this. And it's a main challenge in the region regarding the policies. It continues being the work among education and culture. We have had important advances. We still see that in the paper. It's beautiful. It sounds very nicely. They say we have articulation, but it demands a lot of work. The leaders of the policies permanently recognize the huge difficulty to articulate focused speeches and also the feasibility of the plans. This is a clear example of the articulation of the views, how they add up in the investments mainly. I would like to ask you, which has been the country, and what advice do you give to the leaders of the policy for them to reach this process? I think it's a challenge of any government to work in an intersectorial way because of the bureaucracy of the state. We're accustomed to each one with their budget, with effective public policy, with more requirements of dialogue, concession, negotiation. But it's better. It's much more to do this jointly. What is, in my understanding, what has worked? First thing, unfortunately or fortunately, it's a political will to make things happen in an integrated way. So it makes a huge difference to have ministers of education, ministers of culture that understand the importance of the other one, of their peer to reach their own objectives. So the Minister of Education here in Brazil, our Minister of Education, has total awareness for him to reach the objectives of education. He needs culture, and I'm sure the Minister of Culture has total knowledge on the opposite. So to have even alone, I won't be able to resize the speech because the speech is important because it guides us, manage the ones that are in the teams. We support resources to put teams, money, time, and these projects that compulsorily are intersectorial, multi-sectorial, because if not, considering, at least here in Brazil, but I don't know how it's other countries, a low amount of people working, less teams that we should have, and very challenging resources, never is sufficient to do everything. Public policies, it has to do with choices. If you choose to do something, if you give priority to do something that necessarily is intersectorial, probably you have to leave something aside to come to these decisions in priority and putting ahead something that is more difficult. Some moments, I think the councils and working groups we learn to manage this in a shared way, but it helps also to understand, to have a decree, a law that will consider this organization between the sectors. Also helps our culture or peers that notice when we don't have this articulation, when in fact we don't see this happening. So I think it's a challenge. I think we're evolving quite a lot, but I would say that it's to strengthen these spaces, these participation collectively, and to put priority, to put resources for this to happen. If not, you will have only a speech. Well, now I would like to introduce another part of the team, that is Andressa, the general coordinator, and Igor, I don't know if he's here. Is he here? General coordinator of books and literature. Also Ana Lúcia, that is our head of cabinet. All the board is here participating. I believe that, very briefly, just to Randy, no? I think that the great challenge is in this moment for us to, with a small team, that's a difficulty. We transformed a lot in the last times. We decreased a lot the number of people working in the Ministry of Culture. This happened in all the esplanade, all the palace, and also a change in the funding with the amendments, for example. But it's something to do with the Brazilian state that has decreased the capacity of the ministries to use their own resources in a correct way, with tender for bids and so on, directly speaking. But this is a way that the state isn't now at the moment. I think it's a great problem for the implementation of the policies. We have this huge effort, and something that Castillo always says, we need to have policies of state and not of government. But the problem that in practice, what we have are government policies. In the practice, this is a great problem. The discontinuity has to do exactly with this. That it has to do with democracy, with consolidation of an idea of democracy and an instrument of the state. So if I believe this is a great challenge. We have the plan. It will be approved by decree for 10 years, but we need the society to want the plan to exist, because we need this support. We need continuity. The society must support it. Society, the other side of the coin, of our state and society. If we don't have the society, there is no continuity, because the governments are the reflection of the society. The schools also reflect the society. The library is the same. Everything is the same. The values of the society. Therefore, that's the problem. Of participation for us is fundamental, because the participation means to ensure that the state will execute what is the desire of the people. Channels of dialogue with the society, dialogues that have these levels of participation, that's what makes us having the possibility of a longer policy and a national plan for reading and book, representing more than a single government or not. Okay, thank you very much. Jefferson, I don't know if we have any question. No, nothing? Okay. No time for questions, because we have scheduled a visit to one of the libraries and they're waiting for us. We will tell you now with the logistic for this. I would like to thank you very much, Jeff and Anita. We will be during this week, so you can directly approach them in order for them. In fact, it's very important what is happening, and I want to congratulate you for having recovered this role of leadership that Brazil has had during many years in Ibero-American scenario, and it's a great reference of what is being done here for the countries that are starting and want to update and strengthen their policies and national plan for reading. So I invite you to have a dialogue together with Anita and Jeff. Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you to all of you. Let's have an official photo. We remind you we will have brunch where you have lunch, and also the visit of the library of the park. Transportation is waiting for you at 20 to 5 p.m. Transportation to take you to the library of the park. Have a nice afternoon, and until tomorrow.